We're back.
Hey,
I should have changed my shirt.
you could have.
I should have changed my shirt. Should have changed my whole look for the new show. So you
You
gonna get
could have.
confused on what
You
show.
definitely could have. And you know what? Last show was episode 80, but we were so off the rails on that one. We didn't even mention that it was episode 80.
Oh, was it 80? I thought it was
Yeah,
70.
no, it was episode 80.
It comes and goes. It
I
is.
know, but it was such a good show.
Glad you had fun. What's up, Katie? Welcome back. This show gonna be even funner. Uh, won't be as petty T. Maybe,
I was
maybe,
about to say,
maybe, maybe, maybe
I
not.
don't know. I don't know.
Maybe, maybe not. Katie, we got to get you on the show one day. I think we had you on the show before, or maybe I was on the show with you. I can't remember. Did we have you on the show? Hmm. Maybe you come on the show today. I don't know. Hopefully, we can drop the link today. Hopefully, I'm glad you enjoyed the last show. Hope we can drop the link today. Uh, I still, again, every show I don't get a chance to go over everything that I want to. Um, but this show, it's gonna be a little mix of stuff. I got some special stuff. Thank you. One skill away from 200K with the women in Linux hat on. All right. No estate, no date. D got my name on there, but no estate, no date. That's where we at. So D, how's your week?
It went too fast. Like I blinked and it was over. Like we had an extended weekend, blinked that was over. And then this week it was like,
We got work. We got to be
and
ready
I
for
still
the meet
have so
tomorrow.
much more. Like I can't go into tomorrow's meetings like I'm still here. No, like I have to dig in today after the show
Yeah, y'all
and
gonna be.
like
I'm gonna tell you now.
dig in.
Y'all gonna be way further than me. I tell you that.
I'm pretty sure.
Y'all gonna,
I'm pretty sure, but I'm not even out that little module yet. So, and then it's some other stuff I want to go back in, but there's a lot of things in this house that I need to do today.
me too. I need. I
House
need.
stuff, and I was just like,
This is what I was just talking about. I still gotta cook. I still need to go. I still need to clean. I still need to wash the truck. I still need to find somebody to put the GPS tracking in my truck. My trucks. Get them ready.
yeah, it's
Ready.
been raining, so that has been like the thing where I've been like, it's raining earlier today. Usually, it rains in the evening, like at about 7 something, but it's been raining early in the day, like all day. So it's just like the car wash thing. I've been like, okay, it gives me a little time, but like, you know, other stuff, other house maintenance and stuff I need to do, but I've involved some people. So some of the big things that I enjoy, they're off my plate. Now it's the little thing because you already know how my brain works. Like I got to get that off my plate and get it done. But I've been really proud of myself because I haven't let it derail me. But there are so many other things that, involve me sitting at this desk that needs to be done where I'm just like,
Yep, I gotta
get
write.
up and
I
go
had
sit
to
down.
I had to write the slides for this show on Wednesday. I'll be talking about Linux fundamentals on O'Reilly. So if those that have an Safari O'Reilly account, it's gonna be really early in the morning. I think this is like I go on
5 in the morning.
I go
It's
on
like
at
5:30.
3:45 a.m. PT time. So excuse me, 2:45 my time. Right. And then I got to study. I'm supposed to be taking my CK exam soon. I need to study some OpenShift this weekend. I need to study for our fund for Camardi.
I have so much. But
What's
then after
up?
a
What's
certain
up?
time, I just
What's
want
up,
to go lay
Camardi?
down.
What's up,
Like
Camardi?
I just want to lay down. Like well, not lay down. I want to get out of
you
this
just want a
office.
mental break. You just want to do.
Yes, yes. I
You
need
just
to
want to
go
watch
veg
stuff
out.
and let it entertain you, not you
Oh my
learning
God.
something.
And then me wanting to write notes because I am conditioned to like write notes as I'm listening to things. And so with regular TV, I'm not worried about learning anything. It's just like background noise. But if I'm, have something we're supposed to be studying, I'm like, I want to take notes. So it's just kind of getting through the information so I can come back through and write those notes for retention. But it's hard. But Indian Netflix, it's been keeping me pumped. I'm like, oh my God, these shows are so good. Indian Netflix. Do anybody out there watching the Indian Netflix?
Only you.
Indian Netflix got shows. I
Only
can't
you.
lie. That Indian Netflix, y'all got shows.
All right. So what we're gonna do now? We're gonna go ahead and do our word for from our sponsor because we got a long video ahead of us. I've already tweeted at the people that are in this video that I already be reviewing this live. I'm gonna have my own commentary to this, and then we're gonna get into some cybersecurity stuff, and then gonna free Delta Wi-Fi. I got you. And then we're gonna get into some cybersecurity and private equity. What you call say? I only watched Indian Matchmaker.
Oh, okay. So go down and like more like this and get into like some real like nitty gritty. Like they got some good programming. I am amazed.
That's why they're gonna hit you with a shoe.
They gonna hit me with what?
A shoe.
Oh my God. They don't even use handcuffs. But they let me tell you, they do some slapping. It's hilarious, but they got some good programs. Also, before we hear from a word from our sponsor, as you already know, the sponsor is going to tell us about these shirts that are coming. They're already there on the website. One skill away from 200K, no estate, no date, got it out of the trust. So they are already up.
Guess
So
what? Guess what? The one shirt she forgot to make.
that don't even have nothing to do with women in
No,
lit. Don't
Donna,
even don't even tell on
Donna,
me.
Donna,
Don't tell
Donna,
on
the
me.
one shirt she forgot to make was binary hustlers. How she forget to
We
make
forgot.
no.
We. It's collective. It's we forgot.
Nope.
It's we. It's a we forgot. Not me or you. We forgot.
No.
Um,
She forgot.
you know what? I don't know, Donald. That's their brutality in India. Like when they gonna beat you up, they don't punch you up. They slap you and hit you with the shoe. I don't know what it is. I'm trying to figure it out. I might ask some of my coworkers, but they gonna slap you with the open hand, like one of these, like from way back here, or the shoe.
Because a slap is disrespectful.
You know what? It might be like a polite beating.
Yeah, the slap it ain't nothing polite about getting slapped.
You how many times you gonna slap me up? Like,
There's
our
nothing
shows,
polite about
they
getting
gonna full on beat you like you stole something. Like, not just, like, nah, that's nothing. You don't get these hands. Nah, no slaps.
Is this gangster D?
No,
You gonna get these hands, son. Get this work.
no.
Get this work. Get these hands, son.
Now a word from our sponsor.
Hey everybody, welcome to Women in Linux. I am Tam and Dee is in the background. And we just want to share with you some of the perks of being here on our channel. All right, so first things first, if you want to connect with us on social media, connect with us anywhere on social media at Women in Linux. If that's just too much for you, you can always come and find us on womeninlinux.org. And if that's not enough, we have even more perks where you can hit the connect button. Once you hit connect button, you put your email address in here, and once you put your email address in here, it'll connect with us in our Slack group. We have tons of resources in our Slack group. People looking for jobs, people just looking for advice, people looking for information, and so forth. Right. So again, this is Slack. It's not Discord. So on with using Slack, warn you, it is resource heavy. So you may need to use either the web browser, or if you're on your phone, you should be fine. But if you're on your desktop, and we know most of you connect on your computer, it's easier to open it up in your web browser so it doesn't take up so much memory or so many processes and so forth. That's just an FYI. That's how I use it. Okay. And if you would like to shop with us, we still have our stuff from our 5 year stuff. Still good. We're working on more T-shirts. No, no estate, no date. We're still working on that. But again, if you want to shop and you want to get some merch, feel free to come here and get some merch. Again, if you come over here and click on all products, you'll see on all the products that we have, from hoodies to masks and so forth and so on. Right. And if that isn't good enough for you, you can donate. You can always donate with your time. You can donate with your money. So, how do you donate with your time? You donate with your time by saying, "Hey, I would like to do a presentation, or I like to volunteer on helping us grow the channel." You retweet, you share this with other members. In fact, for those of you that come here every single week, we know you come here every single week and you don't subscribe, subscribe. That helps us grow the channel. That helps us get more content to you. Hey, research isn't easy. I'm not getting paid to do research. I wish it was at a university, but hey, I'm bringing this to you, right? I'm bringing this to you and us and for others, right? So if that doesn't work, you can always donate on PayPal by clicking the donate button. Once you hit the donate button, you have your own denominations in which you can donate. And if that doesn't work for you, you can always reach out to D and you can cut a check and send a check. That works for us as well. All right. So what are some other things that we actually do have as well? Right. So we have a discount with IT Pro TV. You get 30% off. I've used IT Pro TV myself. I've done interviews with them. I'll pull those up as well too. But as you can see, I'm logging into IT Pro TV. What are the benefits here? You need to learn how you learn. So one of the things you can do in IT Pro TV, you can come over here, you can click on courses, and it gives you a list of courses that's separating them out by certification, and also separate them out by learning paths. You're like, Tamika, what does that mean? My four basic principles or my four basic foundations of skill sets that you should have is Linux. You should also have an automation tool, whether it's Terraform or Ansible. You should know at least a cloud. I don't care. Pick either one. And finally, last but not least, security. And security comes in multiple forms: security of the operating system, security of the application, and also security of containers, right? And cloud security. So it's multiple facets when we're talking about security. Those are your four basics that you're going to need to to get you a job and then move you up. All right. And we're going to talk about our membership here in another video, but I just want to get this out to you. All right. So that's 30% off of IT Pro TV. And last but not least, our Calendly. We have set up for our Calendly. Let me pull that up. I think I have it saved in my browser here, so I can just go straight to it. If not, I'll get it from D here. Here we go, right here. All right. So with Calendly, we have one-on-one sessions. That's where you get to talk to either me or D, and you can request either one. But where you get to talk to us in a one-on-one session, right? Interview prep. Some of you are getting ready for interviews, or you never interviewed before. We want to prep you for an interview. Resume review. Let's go over what you have, or let's pull all your skills together. Let's get things formatted properly. Let's get everything going. And last but not least, career assessment. What is your journey? What could it look like? What could you be going through? What are your next steps? Some of you are transitioning, some of you are not, some of you are looking to transition, and some of you are just trying to figure out what is your next step. So by saying all of this, we want you to enjoy your time here at Women in Linux. And also, as always, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the share button, and last but not least, thank yourself that you actually did it. What's going on, D? We back. I see you posted about Slap a Homie, the movie, in the comments. I saw that. JM, you say, do I think programming language should be included as a basic? It is. It's part of it. I just look at like things when you're learning Linux, Rust, and Python, and Bash are just gonna naturally fall under that. You're just gonna naturally start learning how to write scripts and pick which best language to use to write those scripts. I think that's a part of your natural progression. If you come from like a computer engineering background, you're probably gonna have Java or Python or C++ in your mix, so you're just gonna naturally have that. If you're studying on your own, you won't. You have to seek out that information and start doing that from that perspective. So before we get in the video, I want to talk about some things that I saw on the internet and some things I've seen and so forth. But let's open up with this one. I talked about this Wednesday at the meetup about GitOps and infrastructure as code, or IIAC, or infrastructure as code. And there's a Twitter space that's happening on Friday. Oh yeah, I need to share my screen here.
Everybody's like, is it hat day? Well, Tam wore a hat. And I was like, I got a hat. I'm gonna wear a hat. So yes, it's hat day. So if you got on a hat, it's hat day. Or if you haven't purchased a hat, you should purchase a hat.
Yeah.
It's
So,
winter time, so I'm gonna put the beanies back up.
yeah. So another, and she got on her mama pearls.
No, I got these pearls they're mine. They were gifted to me. I was a bridesmaid in my first cousin's wedding, and his bride gave us pearls. And
They
so
ain't your
I was
they ain't
spinning
your grandmama
pearling today.
pearls.
No, these are my pearls.
Mm.
They're D's pearls. They're
You
mine.
didn't get them give them back when you got a divorce.
No, he's my cousin. He's my dad's sister's son. He's my first cousin. They're mine. They were gifted to me. They didn't get handled down from somebody. You gave back his grandmama pearls.
I sure did.
Yeah, these are mine. Tam is crazy, Natasha. She is. These are my pearls, gifted to me. They only
What? They
belong to
could
one
they
person.
you couldn't just go along with the skit.
No, because they not because that's your story. I don't
No,
have
I'm
no
saying the
grandmama pearls.
skit. You couldn't go along with the skit.
No, no,
You
they're mine.
remember? Do you remember in the movie? What is it? It's not The Best Man. What's the one with the basketball? With the basketball and Sanaa Lathan and Omar Epps,
Love and basketball.
Love and Basketball. And she was like, "Wait a minute before you go." And she put on her prom dress and she was like, "Let me give you my mama pearls." You couldn't go along with the skit and you just say, "Yeah, they came from your mama."
No, they mine. I'm happy that I had to put something on that.
No, your mama pearls. Stop nonsense.
Yes, free. I'm a pearl collector.
Cause
That's
she
my
just couldn't
favorite
go
one.
along with the skit. I tell
Mm-mm.
you.
No.
Mm. Anyway, so another Twitter space on the topic infrastructure as code will be hosted by Editing Emily. This is going to happen Friday, September the 23rd at 10 a.m. I'll give this to D so you can post it. We'll also post it. I also posted in Slack, probably under conferences. They'll probably go under conferences in Slack if you are part of the Slack group. All right. Another thing I wanted to talk about was this one right here. I saw on Twitter this morning, right here. Um, and it says companies aren't hiring you because you have a tech cert, and a lot of people get in here and they're like, "I'm going to get all these certs, and they're gonna hire me." They're hiring you because number one, they have a problem, and they want to know, do you have the mindset to think outside of the box and understand the customer in order to solve the problem, right? And it says because they believe you actually can do the work. Day to day work isn't always knowing whether to pick A, B, C, or D. Sometimes, sometimes the work is just listening to what the customer issue is, and then actually sitting back with your team to solve that problem. Or it could be that is something that's unique and it's a problem that you never saw before. Maybe you have to collaborate with you and the customer to solve that problem. But remember, it's all about practicing problem solving, communication, and also listening effectively. Effectively listening. So again, like I say all the time, keep a daily journal of what your day to day is and what you're doing, what problem did you solve. Recap your day, right? Write a journal and recap your day. I'm horrible at keeping up with that because I maybe because I don't, my day don't never end. How about that? Until I go to sleep. How about that? That because my day
That's a
don't.
good point because I was sitting here thinking like, what my day just I just doze off and it's the morning.
Yep. So just a FYI there. And then this one. As a recruiter, I tell people to remove them. 5 things that Google Recruiter says should not be on your resume anymore in the year 2022.
Let's see what those are. What are we removing?
All right. Erica Riviera at Career Diva, I guess, coaching. It's coaching. Okay, I got you. Is a Chicago-based senior recruiter at Google, and she recently shared some resume tips that are going viral on TikTok. In a video that's been viewed more than 2 million times, Erica laid out 5 things that people should stop including in their resumes, like right now. Let me see if I can get to the video. All right, she said you need to stop including these on your resume now. She screened thousands of resumes, and these things make your resumes look out of date. Number one, your address. We don't need to know the full address in the city and the state, just the city and the state only. We don't need to know your address. Two, the adjective, gotta go. That was 1970. We're 2022. Next, let's talk about your work history. So we don't need your entire work history since you started your professional career. What we need to focus and hone in on is tailoring your research and resume to the role you're applying for. Now, here's where I have pushback with that. This is where I have pushback with that because I have been in situations where I did not include my entire work history, even though it's been 20 years of work history, plus 20 years of work history. And people were like, well, your resume doesn't reflect 20 years of work history. It's only showing the 10. Can we get all your work history? Right? Can we get all your work history?
And I just went through this Salesforce like resume skill building course just so I can see what it is. And they had something different to say about the objective. They think the objective is great. You should keep it on there. However, they were saying that with your bullet points, it should only be 3 bullets. And I had like a one-on-one session with a guy, and he's like, The Power of Three. So that's a book. If you guys haven't read it, let me know if you read The Power of Three. I want to listen to it. But he was saying it should be 3 bullets. And I'm like, you must be so much younger than I. But I listen, but I'm curious to see what else she says because it depends on the person who's reviewing it.
Yeah, because I actually the people who I was talking to, they was like, you don't show enough experience with the 10 years that we're looking for. We're actually looking for 15 years. I say, well, I got 20, but I just tailored it towards what you wanted here. They was like, yeah, that ain't what we want. We want all your history. So I mean, it
Right.
depends on who's reviewing it. I'm not gonna say it depends on the company. I'm just to say who's reviewing it. It's my personal thoughts there. That's the only reason why I'm pushing back, right? All right, next one is next week action verbs. I helped. I was responsible for. Now, take some of these take some of these recommendations I'm sharing here and apply them to your resume. Instead of this kind of passive language, Erica recommends using active verbs like streamlined, managed, implemented, improved, strategized, increased, produced, and generated. Weak action verbs. All right. Finally, references available upon request. We don't need it. We will ask you if we need the references. Take that off your resume. Right? Take that off your resume. Data Christian said, but applying through the job site requires you to fill out your entire address. It does. Tam, it's different for folks like you. You're being hired for jobs that are paying 500,000 and above. What the lady is saying for the mere mortals and the regular people. I'm beneath the mere mortals. I'm a peasant. I'm a broke college student. I'm a broke peasant. I'm a peasant broke college student. How about
A peasant broke college.
that?
Peasantry.
Mm, That's what I am. I'm out here kicking up dust and shoveling rocks. All right. Keep it techie. We see you. How you doing today? Um, Shit. We could co-write a book. Keep it techie. I actually got to write some stuff on Linux stuff. All right. So um, we're getting ready to do a review. Hopefully, Kelsey and CTO advisor are stopped by. If not, they'll actually catch the replay. So we're gonna watch, and I'm giving my commentary. And we also welcome feedback if CTO advisor or Kelsey is in the chat or you're watching. You're more than welcome to come up. I actually reached out to both. I actually also reached out to Black Heights as well too. I wanted to get his take. I did not reach out to Rudy because I did want Rudy to come up if he got a moment. Let me text him and see if he got a moment. I wanted to give some thoughts on some stuff. Oh man, my phone now is trying to update. All right, so let's get started. And while my phone is updating, we'll get into this. All right, let me make this bigger and let me turn up my sound. And let's get busy.
In business. I'm just coming from.
Hold on, we're gonna start from the beginning here.
Welcome to VMware Explore 2022 with the CTO Advisor Studio. Come on in and consume some content.
All right, we're back in business. I'm just coming from Moscone West. If you're not familiar with the VMware uh, Explore campus, three buildings: Moscone South, Moscone Center, and Moscone West. So it's not quite as bad as like an AWS reInvent where you're 2 miles from your next session. But I'm coming from a session where we talked to the AdV's CTO and the ACTO from Cloudflare. Really great conversation. You guys should go back and look at it. But we're on the verge of another great conversation. Kelsey, you did a fabulous job with the keynote this morning, walking us old heads. I'm going to call myself an old head VMware administrator. At one point, I was a VMware administrator. I worried about the control plane. It's my job to administer the control plane, and I look at something like a Kubernetes or even the cloud control plane, and I'm thinking,
All right, I'm gonna start right there. We're gonna get more into it because I know you're probably asking what is the control plane? You're asking what is he talking about when he's talking about the control plane with VMware, right? So I'm gonna pull this up real quick. I'm gonna just read it off to you here. Let's see. Control plane. This is an old document. This may be NXX control plane. Let me make sure I get something a little bit more general. I don't want to get nothing like too specific when we're talking about control plane, but they got it locked down to like Envoy, Horizon, so forth. I don't want to do that. I want to be general when we're talking about the control plane. All right, so let me That's an hour long. Oh, this is when it gets technical. Hold on, let me go back to all. I'm looking online. Hold on. Bear with me. Let me see. So I'll give you this one. This is from NSX. It just says the control plane runs in the NSX controller cluster. The NSX controller is an advanced distributed state management system that provides control plane functions for logical switching and routing functions. So basically, managing traffic, right? Not control planes. Yeah. So I didn't want to give you all that one because that's from a I guess because we're talking about VMware, it's okay, but I try to want to keep it general when we're talking about it because you can have control planes in uh, in other vendors. How about that? All right, so here we go.
I'm a I'm a control plane expert for VMware. I'm not a control plane expert for anything cloud. I'm worried about moving. And you you made me feel at home. Like where did that concept come from to just walk from old school virtualization to Kubernetes? Walk us through that.
I think for most people, if you start to respect the fundamentals, right? You have software. Software has an installation guide. It has a configuration guide. So we've gone from installing VMware email servers, database servers, application servers, and to me, fundamentally, it's all the same. You need memory, some storage, some CPU, and there's a config.
All right, I'm gonna start right there too. So again, fundamentally is all the same. I harp on this so much when I tell y'all about people ask me why is learning Linux important, or why should you learn Linux, or why should you learn the basics and the fundamentals, because essentially they're the same. If you know how to spin up a database and know how a database works and what a database is, fundamentally you can pick up on other databases. Same way with your clouds, right? If you understand that at a bare minimum what an instance or a compute engine is, or for instance, if you're if you're in GCP, if you're in AWS, if you're in uh, Azure, or even if you're in uh, Oracle Cloud, if you understand that at a bare minimum, let's back up at a bare minimum. If I hand you a computer, that computer is going to have what? It's going to have storage, it's going to have memory, it's going to have some type of CPU, and you're going to have to put some type of operating system on it, and it's going to have some type of kernel in order to access the actual hardware, right? This is just as a basic. So if you know those as a basics, right? Know what, and networking. How can I forget that? And networking, right? So you have to have an Ethernet card, right? So at some bare minimum, you need to have those things, right? So when he's talking about, all right, now let's take that from being on-prem and put that in the cloud. You know that when you spin up your instance at a bare minimum, all right, and we're just talking about an instance with a EBS or a a, a volume back end, right? We're sticking with the basics now. We know that we can do serverless and so forth, but let's stick with the basics here. We know that at the back end of at the minimum, that when you go in and you click on GC in GCP, and you click on compute engine, and you click on in AWS, and you click on AWS store, you know at a basic level, you're gonna get an instance that has a EBS store or some type of volume. You're going to get some type of networking. You're going to get some type of OS, whatever you choose. You're going to get some type of storage, and you're going to get some type of IP address or some type of security centered around it, or something of that nature, for order for you to access or feel secure about accessing that machine, right? That's at a basic fundamental, right? This, you know, subnetting doesn't change because you went to the cloud, right? It don't change because you went to the cloud. Storage, and then there are different types of storage. There are different types of backing in. There are different things you can use that also happen as well too, right? And those different types of storage may be a fast storage, slow storage, medium, whatever the case may be, whatever kind of storage you need, and then object store and then so forth, right? Then and that changes based upon the need and based upon what you want to. But the fundamentals of how to use them and how to access them or how to get them ready to be accessed. And I'm strictly speaking from an infrastructure perspective, right? I'm at layer one, layer two, maybe a layer three, layer four, possibly, right? I'm not even talking about applications. I'm not talking about none of that. I'm talking about I got you this hardware at a fundamental, right? All right, so keep it techie. D, we can hear that. Keep it techie says I've never considered myself as good enough writer to release a book. Oh, okay, I'll keep. Oh, yeah. So yeah, we just want to, I just want to break that down and say like, hey, if you are learning that on a bare metal machine, then go take that knowledge and transfer it and say, okay, well, what does that mean in the cloud, right? What does that mean when I'm using something like VMware? What does that mean when I'm using something like VMware Fusion? What does that mean when I'm using something like VirtualBox? What does that mean, right? Take your time to understand those things. I want to give a special shout out to Sal Carrera. Thank you for donating $5. We appreciate you. And again, all donations come back here to help you all out and bring guests on and help with career advancement and the meetups, right? And the meetups. All right, so let's get back to it.
Now, it may go on a different path. You may need a different user to run as, but fundamentally, most software goes through the exact same process. And so for me, I stopped saying, hey, things like I'm a VMware administrator. I just know how to administrate this particular product. If you gave me OpenStack, there's some similarities. There's a control plane. There's things that need to be installed, and it's going to produce some VMs just like this other platform. So I kind of got into the habit of being a fundamentalist. What are the fundamentals of my job? And I think when you get comfortable with fundamentals, it gives you a lot more courage to say, hey, here's a new software package. All right, where's the install instructions? I expect it not to work the first time. I expect the configuration that I use on day one is not going to be the configuration I'm going to use 3 years from now when we start using more advanced features. So the fear of something new just went away.
So again, that's key. The fear of something new. I tell y'all all the time. Whenever I hear something, you hear me say Terraform, go download it and install it. Go look at the user guide. Go try it. Go, go out there and try it. Like again, if you can't get in the game if you ain't trying, right? You got to go out and actually try, right? And so I run into this a lot. A lot of people are like, I don't know what Terraform is. Okay, well, don't tell me you don't know what Terraform is and you got the internet. Go look it up. Right? Tell me what you think Terraform is based upon the description. And then we can dive in and do more conversation about it. But again, I want you to have the wherewithal to say, hey, I looked this up and I didn't understand this piece. I see it, but I'm still not clear what its purpose is, what a problem is it solving, what is it supposed to do, right? And when you start getting these fundamentals down, whenever every time somebody throw a tool at you, you're gonna look at it and like, okay, there's gonna be some command that's gonna have some type of help that's associated with it. When, in other words, if I give you AWS as the command, there's a proper format for that command to work. In other words, I don't know everything about this command, but I do know it comes with a man page or a help function associated with it. And I may not know what the proper way the issue help is. It AWS help? Is it AWS dash help? Is it AWS dash help? I don't know. I'm gonna run it and see what happens. Okay, you run it and you figure it out. Then you see a whole other list of commands that go along with it. Just like if you were using OpenShift with the from the CLI and you're using OC in order to figure out whether or not you got some containers laying around or whatever the case may be. But again, there's a format for that command. Just like if you are on a Linux box and I tell you to rsync some data from one location to another, rsync is the command, and then that command has options or switches that are associated with it. And then there's also a man page or a help guide in order to do that. Don't be afraid to use it. It's your friend, right? People, what I normally see people do is before they use their help guide, they'll go to Google first and they'll go look at, I ain't got time for that. I'll go to Google first and go, let me see. And what you're going to get is you're going to get a ton of hits, right? You may get something from 2019 and rsync was updated in 2022. So the way rsync, the way the switches that they had are not the same switches, right? So don't be afraid to use what's already in front of you, right? Don't be afraid to use what's already in front of you.
So you said something pretty fundamental in our pre-discussion there, and it just clicked with me. I've done a lot of data center migrations in my day. So when I look at like migrating to the cloud, there's fundamental things I know to look for. We'll get into that later. So I fast forward to the specifics of the new underlay, the new control plane, and those differences. And I kind of know that you do a really great job of not fast forwarding to that part, but thinking through the fundamentals. So we're going to set up the problem statement. I've never moved a data center in my life. I've never gone from one virtual location to a new virtual location. My environment has been static the past 7 years. And someone tells me that I need to migrate something from vSphere to Google Cloud, AWS, or somewhere else. How should I begin to break down that problem?
So even if you think about it, let's say you got a job and you've been there for 7 years. Most people have never built out a brand new data center. So this person is coming, data center is already built. Power has already been provisioned. Network has already been put in place. VMware is already installed. They just coming in to administrate. So they don't know how it got built up. They just been managing it in place. And so when you say, hey, we're going to go to cloud, think about it. You've never in your entire 7-year career bootstrapped something from the ground up. You don't know how to set up the perimeter, right? You don't know how to set up the power. You don't know how to set up the project because someone else has already done that. So when you go to Google Cloud or any other platform, you're like, what needs to happen?
Right.
Do I need to create some servers first and install the control plane? Is this the control plane? Because I only know the tool that's in front of me. You've never broken down the fundamentals in your life. And so I think that the step needs to be is like, wait a minute, we're about to bootstrap. We're not moving. We got to bootstrap first. So what's part of the bootstrapping process? I don't know where the storage is because NetApp was already here when I joined the company. I didn't make that decision. I didn't evaluate NetApp versus the competition. This was all choices made for me. And then you're going to ask this person. Now, look, this person may have been promoted 5 or 6 times over that period of time. And now they're the director of data center, and you've given them this new ownership task of carving out the cloud. They've never bootstrapped an environment before. So that person's going to have to step back and say, this ain't a migration. I got to bootstrap.
Right. So what they're referring to here is not just called bootstrap, but some people call it greenfield. Basically, I'm walking into a blank slate, and I got to make some decisions here. I got to make some financial decisions. I got to make some skill decisions. I have to make some decisions on whether or not do I have enough manpower? Do I have what it takes? Do I actually know what we're migrating? what we're doing, what order, the security that's centered around it. Um, do I even understand the fundamentals of the cloud itself? Do I even understand what do I even understand what we have? Do I have an inventory of the applications and how they function and how they're intertwined with each other? um what is the critical path, the backups, the disaster recovery, the encryption in place, what kind of storage, um who can I get to help me? Of course you can always get the vendors to help you, but once the vendors come in and they leave, who's left to help you, right? So all these things, all these concepts, all these ideas come into place again. um uh, Keeping the threat down from inside, and also, and last but not least, well, two things: don't lose all the data and don't stop the business flow. So those are all the things that you have to consider, right? um how much is it going to cost me to do this? What type of analysis do I need to do on this? Who can I pull in to help me? Who can I pull into that's actually going through this? Should I be hiring more people? Do we have the budget to hire more people? Do we have the budget to even talk to AWS? Do I need to go get some training? How long is this training going to take me? What else do I need to do? I still have my day to day. I still have my life after work. I still have my life with the people at work. They have scheduled PTO. They have scheduled time off, unexpected time off, unexpected PTO. All these factors matter. Every last one of them. So you, as a director, you're in this position, and everybody's looking at you for the answers, and you looking at them for answers as well. Because sometimes people on the team may have more experience than the director sometimes, because the director may be now where they're just not as technical and they're just moving paper. They're making executive decisions, and they're coming back and telling you what the OKRs are. What is the next thing we need to do? What is the important customer that just got onboarded that we need to carve out some time and make this thing happen, even with this environment that we're in right now and this migration that's going on? Are we migrating from VMs? Do we need to refactor to microservices? Are we going to install and start using OpenShift? Is it going to be a lift and shift? Some people go with lift and shift, right? So again, all these factors matter. All these fundamentals matter. Critical thinking is cool, but also some you're gonna see this. People are gonna be like, well, we're gonna time box this. We're gonna give you 3 days to think about what it is that you need to do and how you're gonna solve this problem, or we're gonna move on to something else. We're gonna figure it out. We'll figure it out for you. But it's coming, and we're going to the cloud. It is what it is. All right, let's get back to it.
The cloud, the hypervisor is different. The console is different. My muscle memory ain't gonna work for me over there. I'm gonna be lost. And I think what you gotta do is say, look, I'm lost. I don't know how to bootstrap it. Anyone has ever bootstrapped before? I need that education. Typically what you learn is once the bootstrapping is in place, you say, oh, so now that that's in place, storage is just taken care of. Yeah, you ain't got to hook up NetApp and then add a plugin. It's just there. Okay, so how do we get a VM? And once someone shows that person one time, here's how you get a VM, they're like, oh, so this is the same type of VM that I got over here. Then they start mapping concepts, and then they start asking a second wave of questions. Here's how I do firewalls in my environment. Can you show me how I do firewall rules in this environment? And that's when that person.
Listen, let me tell you something about firewall rules. Firewall rules that are on your Linux box in terms of the ports. Port to SSH port 22 is the same port 22 in the cloud. It's the same daggone port. Port 443 HTTPS is the same port as it is in the cloud. That port don't change just because you made a way to the cloud. It's still the same port, right? Now, how you configure that port and what you're using to configure that port is different, right? Security groups versus IP tables or firewall D, right? And then on top of that, when you start getting down into the nit and the grit of it, right? You may not, some people don't even, in some cases, don't even turn the firewall on their local boxes. They just set up some type of intrusion detection around that. But then again, depending on your company, depending on your security posture, depending on what you're looking at, if you're using CIS benchmarks, though when I say CIS benchmarks, there's CIS benchmarks for your actual instances. And we can get into CIS benchmarks after this, but Dee could post the link. But again, when we're talking about CIS benchmarks, meaning I'm going to meet these minimum security standards, I'm going to use this as my baseline for my image in terms of that, and then I'm going to spin this up. So then again, it depends on the company. Some people are like, no, I want to lock down firewall all the way down to my machine. And if we take it one step further, I need secure containers. And what does that look like? So now you're talking about OC compliant containers, right? And then you're talking about container registry being something, using something like JFrog or ECR. What the container registry is, the container registry is there, but the containers that are in that registry are actually being monitored as well for security vulnerabilities, so they don't make it to production, so they don't make it out in the world with a known vulnerability in it. Or we take care of that before it even deploys. In fact, we isolated that container into its own contaminated repository or its own section that doesn't allow you to even deploy that container, right? And then there's remediation of that, right? Stigs, the whole nine, everything, all these things don't change per se in terms of, they don't change in terms of needing. It may change on who's going to do the deployment. When I say that, we start talking about Kubernetes and we're talking about security of the control plane in Kubernetes and dealing with Calico and dealing with things such as locking down the actual nodes and so forth, and daemon sets and so forth, all of those things. When we start looking at that, now we start looking at your places like your Data Dogs, your Aqua Security, start looking at Cloud Custodian, Falco, Sysdig, Terraform Cloud. When I talked about it this week with Sentinel and Open Policy Agent, and just a list of everything. So everybody always is random. I'm going into tech and I'm gonna be a security engineer. Yeah. And then you get out there and you're like, what are you securing? I'm a security engineer. Yeah. Well, what you securing? The application, the network, the node, the Kubernetes cluster. Are you hybrid? Are you multi-cloud? Or are you in three different clouds? Let me say it that way. Are you VMware? Are you Tanzu? What are you doing? Right? What are you securing? Yeah. All right. So I just want to give you, yeah. I just want to give you the mindset that it's just so much more than just that, right? It's just so much more than these words, right? I'm even looking right over here. There's you got switch managers, you got intrusion detection, you have somebody like AVI networks, then you got Cloudflare, then you have all these things centered around the security posture and where things are going. And we're really going to dive into a lot of this after this, but I want to get through this.
To start to catch on, okay, it's different, but the fundamentals are the same because they finally have two different environments.
So I think this is one of the challenges. We talked about the difference in keynotes in environments. A show like VMware, they made a huge announcement for this community. There's VMware vSphere 8.0. Everyone literally got excited because That's the thing that I need to design for and move to. I'm on this track. The track is I went from vSphere 5.5 to 6.0 to 7.0, now to 8.0. I know what my job is for the next year. I know the community I need to go to and get answers. When you go to a open source conference like KubeCon, Cloud Native Con, it is, oh, here's this project called NAT. In my vernacular, NAT is like an IP addressing thing, and why are they going into such technical detail about NAT, something that I have no idea what it does or why I should use it? There is no set roadmap. So talk to me about kind of that community transfer, like going from this type of community where the vendor kind of tells you what to do next to a community that, we have a box of Legos behind us. It's just a box of Legos. Go and build a Millennium Falcon. Wait, it doesn't come in the kit? What do you mean?
Yeah, I think when you go to a vendor, you're looking for solutions. When I go to a restaurant, I want a menu with a price next to it. And you're basically giving me a limited set of choices of what we finna have, right? Because I went to the Italian restaurant for a reason,
Right.
and I'm not surprised. Now, when I go to the grocery store, I just want ingredients. I may not actually know what I want to eat for the whole week. So I want to see all the ingredients available to me. I might want to try something new. I might want to explore. Oh, Ethiopian. Okay, I've never made that before. Oh, I turned the box around. There's a recipe. Hey, we're going to try this. Let's buy all the ingredients and we're going to try to make Ethiopian at the house tonight. So I think when you go to an open source conference like a KubeCon, it's the art of the possible. I want to taste a new spice I've never tasted before. I want it to be a little off the wall. I want to try something like, I didn't know you could put those two things together. And you go there for inspiration. And if you're a vendor like VMware, you also go for inspiration because even though you have a solution, it doesn't do everything. There are gaps in all of these solutions, and we know how this works. When we start gluing together as system administrators, one of our jobs is to take the vendor package and say, this give me about 90% of what we need. I got to go get a shell script and fill in the gap myself with a custom solution. Where we're at now in 2022, you go to KubeCon, that's what your peers that are making all these custom solutions that sit on top, right? Kubernetes had just came out. VMware was like VM's everything. But then you're like, yo, what am I going to do for apps? What am I going to do for container management? Of course, I can just install them on VMs, but there's no orchestration layer. So at that checkpoint, VMware didn't have anything for you. You got to go to KubeCon to see what the next milestone is. But then I think the full circle comes where, all right, now that we understand the technology, now that it's been in production for a little while, VMware can say, you know what? We're going to add the VMware experience on top. So we're going to let you take your existing skill set and consume Kubernetes without becoming the expert. You ain't got to go to the grocery store and be a chef. You can come to the restaurant. We just got a new entry on the menu.
And I think people miss this part. Like this is vSphere 7, 7.1 introduced the concept of namespaces. We don't have to go into technically the what is a namespace and the importance of it, but
I know my people who was on the meetup the other night know what the namespace is. I know my people who was on the meetup the other night, and and those who watched the video from the meetup that premiered yesterday. Was it yesterday or was it Thursday? D. I know they know what a namespace is.
It was Wednesday.
No, when you premiered it.
Thursday.
KD, I know they know what a namespace is. I know they know. I know they know, right? But going back to what he was saying about the grocery store and what he's saying about VMware is absolutely correct. And what he's saying about orchestration, right? So here's another, I don't want to say another analogy. Here's another issue that often happens inside of the VMware world is VM sprawl. Where are these machines at? Who has access to them? Who can do what? What's on them? How long they've been up? Why? the security, excuse me, the security around it and so forth, right? That's all one of those. That's all an ongoing issue in every environment, even in the AWS environment. That is an ongoing issue. That's why I mentioned when we were talking about don't deploy your instances without some type of tag, right? To know who did what and why, and how long it's been up there and how long it's supposed to be up there and so forth. Right? Those things are important as well too. So when he talks about the restaurant versus the vendor, when you do go to vendor specific things or conferences, they're going to talk about it from their perspective, and the people who are at the exhibit hall are talking about, hey, this is how we can ease this pain in a certain area of this particular vendor, right? So again, you when you get to a open source conference, it's everybody is there, all the vendors are there, all the vendors are there, and they're telling you, I do this piece over here real well, and this other vendor saying, no, I do this piece really really well, and then you have vendors like we all play together, we want everything, right? And it depends, right? And we're gonna talk about conferences after this, but let's get back to it.
It is a commitment to making Kubernetes easier to be introduced into your environment. It is the way namespaces, like if you have 7 years experience and most of it is in Kubernetes and Linux, you're like, what do you mean vSphere doesn't have names?
What do you say? If you got 7 years of experience and then most of it's in Kubernetes and what? Did y'all hear that? I heard Linux. I don't know what you heard. Let me back it up a little bit because that's what I heard. Back it up a little bit more because that's what I heard.
Namespaces. We don't have to go into technically the what is a namespace and the importance of it, but it is a commitment to making Kubernetes easier to be introduced into your environment. It is the way namespaces, like if you have 7 years experience and most of it is in Kubernetes and Linux, you're like, what do you mean vSphere doesn't have namespaces? Namespaces is just a basic computer science concept that should always be there. But this is the value that vendors like VMware, OpenShift, etc., and Google bring. They make these things more consumable and digestible. It's not just Legos anymore.
Yeah, and I think people got to realize is that you can't expect a vendor to figure out everything that will happen in the computing landscape. There's room for disruption. And so one thing that any smart vendor does, I always tell people, the only thing worse than lock-in is lockout, right? You get a vendor, they do right by you, and look, you're happy to cut that check for that license.
Mm-hmm.
The thing that makes you upset though is like you see everybody else doing containers, and you go to your vendors like, oh yeah, we don't support that. You're like, well, that's what we want to do. So you mean to tell me I got to switch my entire vendor out? That'll take me years, and that's lockout. What you want to do is see what you just described. Your vendor goes to the KubeCons and they say, yo, namespaces, that's an interesting concept. That gives us another dimension of compartmentalizing a normal VMware install. And that might be the missing thing that we needed for better isolation and better self-service. And so when that namespace concept appears, sometimes that's a form of innovation. Taking something new in a different area and applying it to an existing area, that's what brings novelty to it. And I think for a lot of people that kind of stuck with VMware, they've been excited to see the right things at the right time come into their environment. And then you ain't got to learn the whole thing from scratch. You just get to bring in the right primitives that make sense to you.
So what he's talking about right there is a lot of people are in the VMware world, but they're not going to migrate to the cloud. Believe me, there are companies that are not going to migrate to the cloud, right? There are companies that are going to have some stuff on-prem. When I say on-prem, they have their own data center. They have their own group of people. You hire somebody like Unisys or something like that, maybe even a smaller company or what have you, and they're not going to migrate certain sectors of their data to the cloud. It's just not going to happen, right? Now, with that being said, to combat that, you see people like AWS come out with things like AWS Outposts, Azure come out with Azure Stack, Google come out with their Google Stack. integrating with VMware on-prem as well too. Azure AWS Outpost is not, but Google does have with Anthos has an integration with VMware on-prem for Kubernetes and stuff. You can go take this class over at Coursera, this, that, and other, right? So when we're talking about these little small things that come into place, everybody isn't building out Kubernetes and using Kubernetes. Some people are, like I said before, using Docker Swarm. Some people are just building out containers and calling it good. Now the problem now becomes is orchestration of these applications and so forth. And so now we have to add in another piece. So you may have a VMware and Rancher situation. You may have a just a Rancher situation in the cloud. You may have Anthos. You may have Tanzu. You may have just the list goes on and on. And there are different vendors that do different things. Again, your pocketbook, your migration, your director, your budget, your skill sets, the time to learn it, the time it takes to get it done, the time it takes for your people to catch on. Is it satisfying the customer need? Does it satisfy the needs of our people? When I say our people, our team. Can other people on other teams use it? Can we treat this as a cost model? All those things come into play, and all those things matter. Just another way to look at it. Engineering cannabis, you said, Tim, do I think every individual in the tech space will need to have a basic understanding of security? Yeah. I mean, there's no way around it. The CIA triad, confidence, oh God, was it confidential integrity and availability? Is that right? CIA triad? Did I get that right? Confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Let me make sure I got it right. Yeah, confidentiality, integrity, and availability. CIA triad. Just understanding the basics of like phising and so forth. And I'm gonna get a little bit more into all of this whaling, um, and you even clicking on links, responding to emails, opening up, all of that. We're gonna get into all of that. So let's get back into the video. We're halfway there on CTO advisor or Kelsey, if y'all out there, let us know. We'll drop the link if y'all want to discuss. So far, so good.
So let's talk about kind of that day two. I've gotten that I need to learn the basics. I've got a community that I can learn that from. There's for those of you who don't know, there's actually a Kubernetes Slack channel. Like you just got to find the spaces, and the VMware community is the VMUG user groups. There's this familiarity. There's these places to go. There's plenty of places for that in the cloud native community. Let's continue to break down kind of the basics. I understand the difference between the control planes. I understand the things I need to set up. How should I think about triage? There are things that I need to do that are big. I've learned that if I take a monolithic application and just move it to a cloud native or cloud environment, it'll work, but I'm not going to get an optimal experience. I'll get some advantages, but I'll lose some advantages from having it in my VM environment. I need to break this app up somehow. What do I get that next level of fundamentals? Or what should I look at when I'm looking at to decompose an app without going to bother a developer?
There is no substitute for experience. Time. You can read about somebody else doing it.
Mm-hmm.
You can watch a movie of somebody else doing it, but nothing substitutes you doing it. And so
I'm gonna pause right there because I say this all the time. There's no substitute for you doing. I don't care how many videos you watch. I don't care how many times you're gonna go out and do research. I don't care how many times you're gonna look at a video about how to buy a house and research and whatnot. Just do it. Even I'm gonna even go as far as to say, even cutting your own grass. Sometimes You just gotta go get a lawnmower and just get out there and push it.
Manually, the whole grass before you figure out it got a little. It's propelled. It's so
Self-propelled.
like you
Yeah.
just gotta go out there and do it.
Sometimes you just gotta get again. I tell you all the time. You ask him, well, how do I get in the game? You just get in the game, right? Some things your idea of what you wanted to do when you got in. Like a lot of people say, I want to be in security, and you may find out that you hate it. You may find like you don't even want to do that. I hate this crap. I don't want to do that.
This is terrible. You might be wanting to be a web developer like I did and was like, this is an art. Like I don't want to put the time in to learn this. Like you have to do it. That's why I tell everybody, take an hour. Like you see a new technology, take an hour or two, dig into it, see if it's something that you don't want to be bothered with. The last show, we were talking about fintech, and that person, I'm assuming is a woman, was like, "What is a course for?" Google it. Get you a resume based on the role that you have now. Check out the skills. See if you have a skills gap. Go from if that's something you even want to pursue.
Yeah. And the other part of this is there's no right and wrong answer. And this is my favorite one. A lot of y'all come in and y'all get mad with me and stuff like that. And you come in and you say, I'm going to get my cybersecurity degree, and y'all start with the A+. And you do that, and that's fine. But you still need Linux. So you might as well just start with start with Linux and then work backwards, right? The network card ain't going nowhere. The storage ain't going nowhere. You're gonna learn about that in Linux anyway. If you want to learn about the A+, go find a junk computer from 2000
I'm
2001.
pretty sure you got one sitting in your garage. Like I got an e-machine sitting right over here on this little shelf. Like I'm pretty sure you got an old tower in your computer.
Yeah,
For me, I'm a fundamentalist. I need to know the fundamentals. Do I have an A+ book? Absolutely.
yeah,
However, the A+ book
yeah,
let me know what I already knew
yeah,
about the
but you
field.
didn't go get the cert. People are actually studying to go get the cert, and then they're going to the help desk, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's
Mhm.
nothing wrong with starting from there. But I'm just trying to cut down on the time that you're taking to get to that end goal, where I'm not gonna say shortcuts. There are things that are gonna just consume that
It
anyway.
is. It
Yeah.
is. You can. I mean, but tech is such a black hole, and that's what I love about us. We just shave off some of that fluff so that you can be able to go in and get what you need. And I notice everybody comes in here, and it basically boils down to doing the work. Everybody learns differently. People need certain things that we may not offer. However, they always come back because you need working knowledge, you need real world experience. Ask anybody that comes to the meetups now, they're like, okay, we're on a team this week.
And
I'm
then,
a project manager. I don't know nothing about project
then I
management, but
then I
I'm a project manager this week and
then
I'm
I break the
responsible for
team
this.
up. Then I come through and I'm like, F your team, break it up. Ah.
So it's those things that, we are in it. At the end of the day, we are women in tech. We are women in Linux. These are men in Linux. Like the people that we bring to you, they are working in the field every day. The experiences that we are having, I mean, it's like going to college for another 4 years and never putting your hand on the computer. It's like you don't have no experience, basically. You've taken the time out to get all this education and still you don't have any
Oh,
experience.
this is my favorite one. This happened in an interview, right? I was in the interview, and in the interview, the guy said to me, he's like, I need to know how sure you are about your automation and setting up a Linux box. He's like, I'm gonna give you this, and you tell me what you would do as you're doing as this is happening. He said, I'm gonna put you in the plane. You're gonna jump out of this plane. You're going to come down with this. You're gonna come down with your parachute, and you're gonna come down with this computer. And I need to know. I need to know if you are going to be able to have my system stood up and operating by the time you land. He's like, you have approximately 60 seconds before you land. I need my automation to work to a T. There's no troubleshooting. I need to have that done. He's like, the only thing you're gonna need to do is when you land is the computer is gonna land softly, and you're gonna hit the power. He's like, you're gonna reset, hit the power button, it's gonna do its thing, and then be ready to go. He's like, I need my automation that good so we can do X, Y, and Z. And so then the next step of the interview was he set me down in front of the computer. It was five other people in the room, and they was like, here, automate the installation of setting up this operating system. Write these Ansible playbooks. We give you approximately 30 minutes to do it. Here you go. That was the interview. I got the job, needless to say. But there are places that interview like that. There are places that are just that intense. There are places and people that don't care about what your cert is. We want to know, can you do it? So here, prove it. Here's a laptop. Here's a login. Here you go. Fix it. And sometimes people give you scenarios where the actual computer is broken, and then you got to fix what's wrong with X, Y, and Z. So that happens too. Just want to point that out, right? The best thing for you to do is get in the game, and just you're gonna fail. It's okay. Nobody's expecting you to get it perfect the first time out. So what? You took a cert, you took an exam, and you failed. I'm notorious. I'm notorious for failing an exam and then going back and taking it again. And what was it that I looked at? The guy. There was a guy that interviewed at Apple or Google 100 times or 200 times, and they finally got a job. Did y'all see that?
I haven't seen that one.
Apple, I think it was Amazon, 100 times, and then got a job. Yeah, there was some. It was somebody that interviewed with Apple over like 100 times, and they finally got the job on a 100th time. So I mean, master, he can make a YouTube video now and get paid because he's mastered it. He's probably been through all kind of interviews, writing down notes, talking to people the whole nine, and mastered it, right? Uh, yeah, I gotta go look. I gotta go because when I looked at it, I was like, boy, I wonder how what kind of studying that person was doing.
And then what was the job?
Well, I don't even think it was one job. I think it was probably multiple jobs.
I was about to say, just go work in the Apple store. If that's the case, but you can't work. I'm like, I'm trying to see where you're trying to get in. Like, what is your direction? Where are you trying to get in?
Let me see if I can find it. Whenever I find it, I'm gonna post it because
Yeah, I want to see that.
I was like, man, why they interviewed at Amazon 100 times? They ain't just block them. And then how long did he had to wait for the interviews and stuff like that? All right, it was something like 100 times. That was crazy.
Oh, just think of the HR people. They be like, here he go again. Here he come again. Let's see. Like they just be waiting. Like that is definitely an interesting story.
Yeah, I gotta find it. I'm gonna look for it while this plays.
And then it's like, why 100? Like, is that what your goal was? Like, did you not study or do what you want to do? Like, I need to know more.
All right, here we go.
And if you get it right the first time, honestly, that's the thing that robs people of the experiment or the experience. If I follow the directions to a T and we somehow turn a monolith into microservice and it just works without a hitch, well, unfortunately, you don't have any experience on what it means when it doesn't work. What you want in dev is like, yo, this piece is not talking to this other piece. You got to do this firewall rule. Well, someone got a proxy in between because we try and service mesh out. That is the best teacher. Full stop. And I know a lot of people get started like, oh, I want the best practice day one. I was like, listen to me. I can give you the practice, don't mean it's the best. It's the best for this scenario. And if you just copy and paste your way through day 297, right before Black Friday, you ain't gonna be able to troubleshoot anything because you have no experience of what happens when it goes wrong. And unfortunately, I think there's gonna have to be a bit of a patience thing that says, we're gonna have to exercise this thing. And that's why I think it's smart for people to have that POC and break it. If you can't break your POC, you are not ready to go to production. That's what I mean by some level of experience. People are going from POC to production. I'm like, dude, that's too fast. POC is also for you to learn. You're supposed to sit a bunch of traffic until it falls over and say, oh, this ain't ready for prime time. And then there's a feedback loop that goes with it. So my advice to most people would be, if you're going to the cloud for the first time, your biggest challenge is a new environment that you're not used to. Don't break up your app at the same time. You can't fight two battles at the same time because breaking up an app is hard, even in an environment you're familiar with. You'd be like, yo, I don't know why the performance is dropped.
Yeah, we did, full disclaimer, we did a sponsored research with Google in which we took a monolithic application, broke it up, migrated Google Cloud using Google tools. This isn't about that, but it's about that point you just made. We actually didn't break it up in Google. We broke it up before we moved it. The assessment tool said, oh, there's a NFS share that you should probably take care of before you move it. There's a web server wanted on that.
Let me stop right there. What he said was POC, but the translation came out PLC. The POC is when what happens is the vendor you contact the vendor or the vendor contacts you. They usually give you 30 days. Some people will do 60 to test out their product in your environment. And you have to pick and choose whether that environment is going to be your production or your staging or your development, or you create an environment. And the goal there is, like he was saying, beat it up to it falls over, right? So basically what you're doing is you're taking their proof of concept. What you're doing is taking their product, putting it in your environment, seeing how it functions. Does it do what they said it was going to do? Does it operate correctly? And I oftentimes look at it like this: how much work does it take to get integrated into my environment, and how quickly can I learn about this product? When I go in here and log in and click and start, do I even understand your interface? Is it integrated with IDM, IAM, even IDM for LDAP? Is it integrated with Okta? Is it integrated with whatever? Right? I'm looking at all those things. I'm also looking at who's going to use it, and is it going to be this big high bar to learn it? Do I need to take at least 2 months to figure this out, or can I get this in a week or 2 weeks? And can we meet our goal of what this actual product is supposed to accomplish, so that we can offer it up to other individuals in the group, other individuals in our company, and so forth, right? So I'm looking at all those things.
You could probably break that web server out, get it to work in an environment that you completely understand, and then move it. Or move it to an environment that you're going to get to know as is, in a way that you can support it and understand it. If you need to move it as a big VM, move it as a big VM.
See, I'm
a
big fan of lift and learn. I know people say lift and shift is something you should never do, but nothing's wrong with lift and learn, because even if you took the same app unmodified and you try to put it on a VM, there's going to be things that are different, like the metadata service, the way logging may or may not work. And that's where you want to spend your time enhancing the app and focus on getting that done, and then you can move to the next chapter.
I tell people all the time some of the nuance that they don't see when they say a VM is a VM. You know, VMware made this big kerfuffle about this new management solution, which is partially vRealize, which gives you a slew of information about IOPS, disk performance, server health, etc. You move your VM to the cloud, you don't get any of that. Like you might get IOPS, I don't know, but you don't get any of that underlay information, and that's stuff that you intuitively knew in your private data center. Oh, transactions have slowed down. Oh, that's because disk has
Or
gotten
it's
full.
because you're on a virtual CPU with a shared core because you want to save a bunch of money,
Right.
and your process is being frozen because that's how computers work when you're in a shared core environment versus the full i9 that you got to one application. And remember, it's just these things that people have taken for granted over time. If you're the only one on a 64 core box with 120 gigs of RAM and you move into 4 gigs of RAM, one virtual CPU, you should expect some differences.
So
And that is what I was talking about before. When he said lift and learn, most people, like he said, called it lift and shift. And it's one of those things where, people are like, oh, I need to create a microservice out of this application. And people are like, what is a microservice? And they're like, I don't know. And then they're like, I need to write an API. And you're like, I don't know how to do that either. Like, so there's so many different moving parts when we're talking about this migration from on-prem to the cloud. But there's some fundamental concepts that can be learned now, some that you have, and then some that you learn along the way. And I think a lot of you all miss out on the fundamentals because you're in your mind, you're like, I gotta go get the tech cert. You know how many times people ask me, which cloud cert should I get? Should I go get AWS? And then people be like, yeah, you should go get AWS because it's the leading vendor and everybody uses AWS. And then you walk your happy ass into a job and they're like, yo, so we use AWS, GCP, and Azure. And oh, by the way, we have to support people that are in Oracle Cloud too. What are your thoughts? And then you're like, well, I got my AWS certification. They're like, okay, that's great. So what do you know? What your thoughts and so all the things that you learned about that vendor and so forth is now you're having to not necessarily relearn. You have to actually do some cross training as to, well, this right here, this is the idea of what a VCP is, a VPC, a VCP, what a VPC is in AWS and what that is inside of Google Cloud, right? So the networking is their VPC in Google Cloud. We got another. Thank you for the anonymous donation. We appreciate you. What's going on, Watson? And Professor Black Ops, how you doing? So, but again, the things that he's talking about that lift and learn and lift and shift, do this in your own network. Build a VM on some VMware thing. There is a data center out there. Is it Dan's data center, David's data center? I used to use them. You can install VMware on there. Go build out 8 VMs on that machine. They don't have to be nothing fancy. And then try to migrate those VMs that you have to your free account in AWS. And then when you start thinking about how all these things work together, the name that you're gonna have, and then again, you're doing things manual, right? Figuring out things manual, then go back and then automate all of that, right? Go back and automate all of that. And you can do that. In fact, we're working on Terraform this week in the meetup where everybody is going to sit down and they're going to use Terraform to build out AWS in their cloud. whatever cloud they pick, whether it's DigitalOcean, AWS, GCP, I don't care, right? You're gonna build your own instances out there, and you're gonna tear them down, and you're gonna build them up, and you're gonna tear them down. We're gonna tag them. We're gonna learn about Terraform Cloud. You're gonna do these things, and then we're gonna start learning about GitOps, and then we're gonna start learning about how to put those things inside of put those very same things inside of using GitLab, with GitLab runners, how to install runners, GitHub Actions, how to use GitHub Actions, and then I'll migrate you all to VS Code. Everybody's like, "Why you don't teach us VS Code?" Hey, man, I can't teach you everything, right? I can't teach you everything, but I can assist with what it is and what goes on. Do you look like you want to say something?
No, I had to sneeze.
Uh, uh,
So I wasn't on camera, so I wouldn't sneeze on camera.
yeah, he went down with it with Harvard directly back in the day. Yep. Yeah, of course it's probably biased, right? I mean, biased too if somebody's cutting the check. But again, Watson, feel free to join if you want to join as well too, on this conversation as well. All right, so let's get back to it and finish this off.
So this again goes back to, let's bring it back to this core, which is the fundamentals, bringing it down to the fundamentals. I don't think I talked to, I advised the company without getting into a full engagement with them. They came to me and they said, you know what, Keith, we moved to a distributed application development model, and the app is breaking more than it was before. And I asked them what was their previous process. Well, it was a monolith. We would submit all our changes at one time. We test on Thursday, and then we deploy the app, but we need to be more agile. Well, what's the new process? Well, everyone kind of does their thing, the text in a vacuum, and then deploy. I'm like, well, you don't have a process. You don't have a testing process. You had one before. You didn't write it down, and you knew what you did. You didn't document it. Now you're running into an environment where you're not testing.
Well, so this
And that's another thing I talked about on the in our meetup, right? Is I set up a testing team, so people have to do, you have to build out your machine, you have to create some users, and then you got to rsync some stuff over. Well, that's just blind leading the blind, right? How do you know that the stuff landed where it was supposed to land? How do you know that the person did what they were supposed to do? And then the other part of that is, as well too, is how do you automate the security around this process? Testing security. So we're doing all of that in the class, but it's to give you these that what I'm telling you and showing you are the fundamentals. Right. So you could be able to take this and do this on prem. You can take this and do this on the cloud. You can take this and do this on OpenShift. You can take this and do this on Rancher. You can take this and just do it on vanilla Kubernetes. So you have the power to do whatever you want to do. Again, focus on being the T-shape and then go on in from there. Watson, you won't get yourself into trouble. Not at all.
is what I mean by fundamentals. First of all, you got to understand the big picture. Most apps are written for a very simple set of purposes, right? Like the fundamentals of computing are, you have logic and data. You have an e-commerce site. There's a form to generate data like an order, and it goes to the app to process the order. And ideally, you're going to put the results in some database and return a response. This is the high level, big picture fundamental. Now, you might say, well, how fast does the website need to be? Hey, after 3 milliseconds, our customers leave and never come back. 3 milliseconds. That's very fast. That's like memory access fast. If you break the monolith up into 3 pieces, the order services over here, the catalog services over here, we can just do the math on the envelope. Hit this service. All right, let's say you get lucky 2 milliseconds, just close to the load balancer. But to hit the other service, that's going to cost you another 3 to 5. That's going to cost you 3 to 5. You're going to blow your budget. And I think a lot of times people can figure these things out on paper. These are fundamentals. If we break the app up, there will be more latency. If we put security between the new components, there will be even more latency and higher costs. So Microservices are not a best practice in general. It is a trade-off for another bottleneck, and it's usually like a large group of people trying to work on the same solution. You know what? To give them better ability to write modular code in their own maybe repository, the big trade-off is then deployments are about to get real complex. Security is about to get real complex, and that's not the right trade-off for everybody.
So the last point I want to make, we've been talking at very practical levels from get the basics, and I think what a lot of people understand intuitively is I don't even know how to get to the basics. Like you guys are asking some great questions, but I don't know how to even ask those questions. And just like there's no substitution for time when it comes to getting, testing something in a new environment, there's no substitution for time to having these conversations with mentors and peers who can challenge you and direct you in a way. You need to take what you think, you need to take what you think is your process, take it to somebody who's seasoned and have them say, hey, what did I miss?
Yeah, I think zero trust is a good example. When you hear zero trust, you're like, wow, what does that mean? And so for me, I'm the type of person that wants to break it down on a piece of paper. Let's say I wanted a zero trust for a Jira install. Jira is my issue tracker. It connects to a database. I'm going to start there. And so here's my current deployment. Anyone can log into Jira. Jira has a username and password on a disk. It loads that password up and it connects to the database. Where is this setup falling short of zero trust? And then when someone draws or helps you draw here's the components you would have to add at all these layers to remove implicit trust. He's like, oh, so what I currently have, here's the delta, here's the diff. And I think that thing in the middle, that's the understanding part. You want to start with some foundation and then having someone walk you through. And then honestly, I'm the type of person that's going to take it to 2 or 3 other people and be like, hey, is this zero trust? They're like, nah, you missing a thing. Right. That's close, but you need to do this instead. It's like, I didn't think about having a laptop have a certificate. So when it connects to Jira, I'm authenticating the user and not just the username and password because that can be shared.
And we call this just peer review. Like this is the engineering process.
But that's what's missing in our field. A lot of people ain't doing engineering. A lot of people are cargo culting, and there ain't nothing wrong with copy and pasting, but this is your industry. This is your career. And that means you got to be able to break things down. It's not a week-long process. This is like a multi-year process that every opportunity you get, you say, hey, let me break out my research. I'm at this level of understanding. Am I missing something? And you'll get there where you say, yo, you're not, you got it.
And I'll share the quick experience from my career. I started at Lockheed Martin back in 2012. And they said, Keith, we're going to put you in charge of the lab. I'm like, oh, great. And I'm like, well, what's the biggest problem? We're having a hard time getting it off. I'm like, well, what's the requirements? And they ran it down. Oh, I can do that in 2 weeks. You can do that in 2 weeks? Huh? What do you mean? So I went to go do the thing, and they were like, where's your requirements document, Keith? Who peer reviewed it? Where's the defect tracker? Where's all these engineering artifacts? And I had to, for the first time in my career, I've been in IT for almost 15 years at that point. And for the first time in my career, I realized I was not an engineer yet. And I swallowed it, and I spent the next 2 years learning proper engineering processes, and it's been tremendous to my career.
I'm gonna pause right there because I want to say this. When you all ask me, should I go to this boot camp or whatnot, this is the part that I think is fundamentally missing, is understanding the engineering side. Not every school is equal as far as engineering and engineering programs. But I think a lot of boot camps miss out on engineering. So that's why I included Jira on our boards and project managers, because I want you to get used to creating tickets, writing what that means. What is a Kanban board? What is the agile process? What does a product manager do? What does a project manager do? What does the security team board look like? What are things that we need to set up and discover? What are the requirements? What is the Fibonacci sequence? What are all these things? How do you do a peer review? What is a merge request? This is why I want you to understand that these to me are basic fundamentals. I personally, just my own thing, don't want you to walk in and not even know what a merge request is. You never looked at GitLab. You never looked at GitHub Actions. You never looked at code build. You never in your life have done a merge request. You never in your life have set up a repo. You don't know what it is. You only played with the GUI. You've never ever seen the command line. I want you to be able to have that knowledge just at a basic fundamental, right? Just at a baseline fundamental. And then you can go and say, okay, I got the basics. I've seen this before. You know what? I'm gonna go over here and get my Kubernetes certification. And somebody may go over here and get their AWS certification. Somebody may go get the AWS and Kubernetes certification. You may go get your Rancher. You may go get your CKA certificate. Excuse me, certification. You may go get your GKE certification. You may go get your cloud security certification from sense.org. You may go get your AWS cloud security certification. You may go get your GCP certification. But you got some fundamentals other than that certification under your belt. Why? Because now you're able to maneuver through tech how you want to. You know how they say sharks be moving through? You can move through like the shark. You can be like, no, 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 like that. I'm gonna go over here, right? You right. But some of you are not going to do any of that. Some of you are going to go and say, I'm sticking with one vendor and I'm going to learn everything about that vendor and I'm going to be all in on that vendor. And that's great. As long as that vendor and the companies that you work for want that type of work and that's where you're at and that's what you want to do, that's fine. You can do that. And then some of you are not going to do that at all. You're not going to specialize at all. You're going to be all over the map, right? When you're switching jobs every 2 and 3 years, right? You're bound to learn something new. I hope you would learn something new. But then this is when you're going to look at them and say, damn, I've been doing the same damn thing. And you've been in the game 15 years and all you've done is the same thing, which means you probably getting the same amount of money, which means you probably are stagnant. So you got to shake it up a little bit and add in something else so you don't become stagnant, right? So that these things that I'm talking about, right? Don't remember you are a business. Your skill sets, your mindset, your solution oriented mindset is a business. Your ability to go in and break down problems, just like I've been telling you, these are the same things that we talk about is a business. The other part is the engineering part. The other part is the engineering part. And that part doesn't get talked about a lot. All right. That part doesn't get talked about a lot. Yep, that's what I call it skill stacking. That's what I call it. The engineering part doesn't get talked about a lot. But let's finish this off. We're almost done. 2 more minutes.
I can now look at things like Kubernetes, uh, OpenStack previous to that, and VMware and say, you know what, this is just a control plane. It has a job, it has a thing to do. There's some technical stuff that I'm missing to understand it completely, but it is what it is.
And it's okay that new things take time to learn. I think a lot of people get frustrated if they can't digest everything in 2 or 3 days. I'm like, no, that's not how this works. So you got to make sure that you're investing in something that's worth learning.
So, Kelsey, I appreciate you taking out the time. People ask me all the time, this is maybe the fourth or fifth thing that Kelsey has done with me. Keith, can you introduce me to Kelsey? I don't think you really understand what his role is in the community. And we'll leave that into you. Like, how should people engage the great Kelsey Hightower?
I'm gonna pause right there. D, how should people engage Kelsey Hightower? Let's talk about it, D. Oh, Kelsey!
What up, folks? Where you going? Where you going? I'm hungry. They got something over here. Let's go. I mean, that's just another brother, and people are there and they fan out, but he put his pants on one leg at a time. Um, he's from Atlanta.
From the A.
He work hard and shoot, he has a lot of gems. He's worked hard on his craft. Um, he's learning.
Every
He's
day.
evolving as a man, um, as a father, as a husband. It. We have a video up now with Kelsey. Like he's a cool guy, and everybody has their opinions, but I think that's anybody at a tech conference who you want to speak with. That's their purpose. However, be intentional with what you want to talk about. We've been Women in Linux for 6 years, so this is a relationship that we've built over 6 years. But it was we're at the same spaces, and so the faces in the place, we become your tech family. Like it's your people. Like you expect to see certain people at certain events, and they're there and they're sitting at the table, and that's why we tell you to take advantage of these opportunities when it comes to scholarships and grants, and if it's in your local area, to go volunteer opportunities to even get you in there. Like people are working hard to make sure that you get to where you need to be. And as much as we want to go to all the conferences around all the world, and all that other type of stuff, it just can't happen. Like our obligation is each one teach one. Period.
Yep.
Like you gonna have to make a move once, one way or other. Like you do it, but do it afraid. You're not gonna get it every day. And I know as Black women, we always we want to be prepared. We got pearls, we got our brand, we got everything. Go afraid. Don't have nothing prepared. Just go. Fill it out. Like all they can do is tell you no. Fill out something again. What you just said 100 times he went for Apple.
Yeah,
Just fill it out.
saw it 50 times for Google. I thought.
Yeah, fill it out. Go. Talk to some people. Start off local if you can't travel. Do something. Go join Twitter. Start following some of these people, these names that you see at the conference. You'll be surprised how the algorithm starts bringing you into tech Twitter and these opportunities that come about. Different Slack channels. Engage. Women in Linux Slack. Talk to each other. We do certain types of events and certain types of training to force interaction, because that's the job. The job, I have to talk to the team. The job is, you know what? I'm not about to ask 5 different people when I can go directly to that person. Do you have the gumption? Do you have the gall to say, talk to that person directly? Yeah, I don't need nobody to speak for me. This is what I need. Can you help me with this? If not, can you point me in the right direction? That's the job. Hey, I'm coming across this. Is this something that you've seen before? Hey, I called this place and this person. They were a little spicy today. Is there changes going on over there? What's going on? That's experience. That's getting in the game. But if you're always on the sideline, you're never going to know. It's like any other job. However, you're not confined to the cube. You're not confined to the cube.
Yep. I also wanted to shout out the CTO advisor for having the courage to strike out and believe in self and do his road show and hire talent in with from the family and actually build up others as well too. So I want to give a shout out to that. Right. What's going on, Derek Arnold? Ain't seen you in a minute. You should come up on stage. I ain't seen you in a minute. Oh. Yeah, and again, when I talk about being in these spaces, we get in these spaces and we don't just talk about tech. We talk about other goals and accomplishments, things that we want to do, whatever. I can honestly say that Kelsey has actually said to me, "What can I do for you?" The CTO advisors has actually said to me, "What can I do for you?" And I also lend the same things back, right? I got a chance to meet Black Heights at Erica's event, and we were talking about getting together and getting all the tech YouTubers together, and doing an actual event, whether it be virtual or in
Angie
person.
Jones, Scott Hanselman, all these people that we bring on, we met them at conferences.
But not only that, not just meeting them at conferences, it's after the conference, right?
And
It's
it is, but that's where we met the bulk of the people at that have been on the show or at conferences, or they've been friends in the industry, like friends that we've worked with over the years.
Yeah, and the thing is maintaining the network, the relationships, being able to talk to people and see where people are headed and where they're going and what they're doing. You know, everybody has their own personal journey. Some people tend to share, some people don't share, and it's okay. You just need to make sure that you stay tapped in and plugged in as well too. But not only that, what other people tend to forget is bring other people with you, right? I don't care. You didn't got to bring 10, pick one, pick two, pick three, right? Pick one though, and bring them with you. And everybody ain't gonna go. The ones that's gonna go and come along, they're gonna come along. And the ones that ain't gonna come along, they'll get it. Tech. There's no way they can't be in tech. There's no way. There's no way.
I mean, and to see the look on a person's face that you have been, chatting with online or haven't seen in a while, and you scan the conference schedule to find out who's speaking, and a group of you guys go to that particular talk and are sitting in the front row and be the first to ask the question. Like, you don't know what that means to somebody's spirit, like after they've been on the road all day or they're nervous and they don't know if they're going to get the response. Like, we're human first,
Um,
but that type of commitment, that type of showing up for somebody, that means that's priceless.
Also want to give a shout out to Watson. He showed up at our talks. He has his own
Watson, I see
co-op.
Derek in there. Like,
Yeah, I just want to give a shout out to those that I know show up and we show up for each other. Now we may not talk every day, but we show when we're at the conference. Oh, I'm rocking with you. We rocking with each other. What you doing? Yo, this person over here needs some help with such and such. Maybe you can pick up some work. Oh, this person over here need help with such and such and such and such. You know somebody? You got anything? You looking for work? No? Yeah. I thought you may be looking for work because I ain't forgot about you. You know, it's just it's just that kind of thing. But again, you gotta let your skill sets, you gotta let your skill sets, you gotta let your skill sets speak for themselves. You got to maintain your skill sets. You got to maintain your presence. I'm not telling you to go out there and create a YouTube channel or whatnot. What I'm saying is you can network with people. You can say, hey, I'm working on this project. I just wanted to let you know, give you a couple of minutes of my time. And I'm working on X, Y, and Z project and go from there. It's just that simple. Let's finish this video off right quick and then we'll get into one of the things I really want to talk about. I think I could squeeze. Oh, it's going to take me 30 minutes to do it, but I'm gonna try not to. All right, you ready?
Well, honestly, I don't see myself as a great Kelsey Hightower, but I do respect people that support the stuff that I'm doing. People will come and introduce themselves to me. And I would say this, I'm trying to learn from you too. So don't be surprised if I ask you about what's in your world. I don't care if you are just starting out because you have an advantage of seeing the world from a lens I can't see. And so I would say, look, when you engage, I appreciate the support. I'm going to always say thank you, but give me an opportunity to learn from you too. And I would say that's the best way to engage.
And if you want to engage with me, just simply hit me up in my DMs. I'm not as busy as Kelsey, and I can answer questions. I can even tell you how to approach, how to how to exchange value with someone like a Kelsey Hightower, so you're both getting out of it. We're here to support the community. That's what the CTO Advisor is about. You can follow us on the web, the CTO Advisor. Make sure to stay engaged on our YouTube channel as we continue to talk to developers, maintainers, operators, analysts, and help you do your job better. Stay tuned for more coverage.
Was it? That was it. All right. I hope y'all like that. Nan said something available. I don't know why. I guess he took it down. But I don't think he took it down. I think something's going on with that. All right. So now let me go get my show notes. Get my notes together right here. Because what I want to do is he mentioned in there some conferences, right? All right. So you mentioned KubeCon, um, which is coming up in Detroit. KubeCon is coming up in Detroit right here. Right here, KubeCon, Cloud Native Con, North America, October the 24th through the 28th in Detroit. Um, Typically, when you're looking at it, you want to go view the schedule to see what they're talking about, all right? See what they got coming up. So, normally, most people come in on probably the 22nd or the 23rd. Some people come in on the 24th. I like to get there a little earlier because, you know, it's just one of them things. You don't know, you just want to be engaged. You don't want to be too tired or whatnot. But here's the list of speakers that they got. They want to do that, but okay. So we got Adam. We got, you can look here. ING, Y Pro. We got Google. We got Rackspace here. We got people from VMware. We got some people from GitLab, CNCF. Watson, are you going to this conference? I don't know if Watson's going. I'm coming up. Ricardo, David Ashford, Rudy and I are both coming up. Stephen Augustus, Intuit, WeaveWorks, EDB, VMware, Microsoft Azure, 8 Gears Container Registry. I haven't heard of Sonata. Natix, Dynatrace, more Google Go Live, IBM, Red Hat, Datadog, Twilio, more VMware, Red Hat, Bloomberg. Who's from Bloomberg? The CTO networking. Intuit, again, more Red Hat, ING, Google, Tremilio, Security, and the list goes on, right? And so those are the big speakers at that conference, right? Um, Let me see. Is what you call it still speaking?
Cool.
What's his name? He had
What
him on the
company?
show. We had him on the show. He got bought out. He's with VMware now.
Val? Is his name Val?
No. We had him
That,
on the show.
huh?
No, we had him on the show. I can't remember his name right now. Brian Lyles.
I don't know. You can go to Twitter and catch Brian.
I'm gonna go on Twitter and catch Brian. We got some hip hop to talk about.
Go to Twitter to catch Brian.
All right. And so if you look on here, you can filter by what you're interested in, like one-on-one application and delivery, lightning talks. You can also filter by CICD, co-located events, diversity and inclusion, reliability, research, service mesh, student. And then you can also do filter by solution showcase, right? So it's all on you on what you want to do. They also have information on the venue right here, and also the hotels that they are associated with, and so forth. And then they talk about how do you get there, airport information, parking, public transportation, airline discounts, who they're going through to get a discount. Use this coupon code in order to get the discounts, and more than likely there's a block of stuff that's so they tell you right here. See, sold out. Courtyard Marriott sold out, sold out, sold out, sold out, sold out. All of them are sold out. You can book at the Marriott Detroit Renaissance Hotel. You can also do Motor City Casino, Hollywood Casino, Greek Town. I don't know how many people attended last year. I know a couple of years back it was 10,000, so it may be 20 to 30,000. I'm not sure. AW Films, I laugh often. What are the next chapters after the CCNA? I don't know. What's your end goal? What's your end goal there, AW Film, AMW Films? What is your end goal? See, moving from 8 years of video editing to tech, I've been studying the CCNA. I started with CCNA and do DevSecOps, but you may want to stay networking and do the control plane, and understand Kubernetes and understand zero trust and cloud security and network security. You may not even like any of that after you start doing it, and might be like, I just want to go back to doing stuff in data centers and work for somebody in a data center. I don't know. It depends on what your end goal is. The next one is HashiConf. I kind of brought that up before. It's HashiConf Global 2022. It is in LA. Shout out to those who have conference tickets. You can do October 24th, October the 4th through the 6th virtual, or you can do in person. They also have learning labs. I really want to highlight that because you get a chance to learn Waypoint, Terraform, Console, and Boundary, right? I also want to point out their virtual schedule. Here it is, the roadmap for Vault, what console looks like, hands-on approach to console. Assuming it's a lab, I would suggest you all start signing up now, so that you can have access to some of these labs as well. It's on Wednesday, and the labs are on, I think, Thursday as well too. So get access and start signing up now. If you're not going to attend in person, here are the speakers that they have listed for HashiConf and so forth. So you can go through their list of speakers and see what they're going to speak about and what speaks for you. And then here's the tickets. The virtual pass is free. The LA pass is $7.99. Those that won conference tickets, I hope that you're utilizing the ability that you get a chance to get help on flying in and hotel. Right? Got to get your hazmat suits, D. Got to get your hazmat suit, right? Got to get you ready so you know you want your
I'm
pop.
cleaning out my ear because I know you're not about to go out. Look, let me get in there real good because I know you didn't mention this hazmat suit again.
Yeah. You want me to pull it up again? You want a purple one?
Free, I hope you still here and you hear the shenanigans. Free is all set. She is ready for her purple hazmat suit. She will
Nope.
forward you her size.
Okay, thank you. All right, so the next conference that I want to talk about is Ansible Fest. Ansible Fest is coming up. That is coming up in Chicago, October the 18th through the 19th. This is a Red Hat event. All right, blow this up some. All right, so here's the agenda that they have. October the 17th, 18th, and 19th. You probably want to come in on the 15th so you can party on the 16th, or maybe party on the 15th. Do a little party, light party on the 16th.
How's the weather in Chicago this time of year?
I'm not even sure. Right, so we got opening keynote at 9, interactive sessions with labs from 11 to 5 all day, then the reception, and then you get a chance to build your agenda. and what they have. So they break it down here with keynotes, interactive sessions, lab workshops, and then they have their tracks where you want to learn advanced Ansible, automation adoption, and so forth. And then focus areas, you want to learn about cloud automation, network automation, those that are doing the CCNA out there. You want to learn about automation. I will also be looking at Cisco Dev as well too, and Ansible, right, with network automation, right? Security automation. If you are studying in security or even networking or just in general, I would be looking at security automation, right? Those that are moving into leadership or want to become partners, you can focus on that. And they break it down about by audience, right? Maybe you manage people, or you manage projects, or provide technical support, or serve as a VP or higher. So they break it down that way. Then they break it down into industry, and they also break it down into technical proficiency, right? You want to do a deep dive, you just want fluff. Some of you want fluff. Some of you don't want to be that technical. But again, when we're talking about Ansible Fest, again, Ansible automation, and what that looks like, this is your conference that you want to go to, and also check out what's going on there and what they're doing. All right. So far we got HashiConf, we have Cloud Native, and then we have Ansible Fest. The other conference that I wanted to mention, make sure it's on people's uh, mind, is reInvent. So reInvent 2022. All right, so we have reInvent, which happens November the 28th to December the 2nd in Las Vegas. Usually reInvent is probably 100,000 people. I'm just gonna be honest with you. But again, you pick and choose where you want to go for reInvent. Parties throughout the city, car driving experiences, the whole nine. reInvent is huge. If you own a house, rent it for reInvent. Throw it on Airbnb today. Make your money, right?
I wouldn't even want to be too far off the script for these reinvent
No,
situations.
you
They'd
gonna
be out all day, all night.
most people pick a hotel and just go to the events in the hotel because there is so much walking to do to
I
go
saw
to
the map and I
the
was like, how do you come up
yeah.
with a plan to tackle reinvent?
Have y'all ever seen
Like
that?
the map usually I haven't seen the map this year, but usually if it when it in Vegas, that map is atrocious.
Immersive learning on the reInvent campus. Here is the map. All right, so you got Caesars, and let me blow this up. It's small. All right, so we got Sands Avenue. This is the venue and sleeping room hotel, and sleeping room hotel in blue. Venue and sleeping room hotel, and then so if you sleep in there, okay, you could walk across the street and go over here. But these are the hotels that where they're actually having everything at. So let me scroll down to the ones in yellow. Encore, the Wynn, the Venetian, Caesars Forum, MGM Grand and Mandalay Bay. And these are the ones that you sleep at. So now you got to ask yourself how much money you spending because it's $1,800 for a ticket. Speaking of tickets, well, I got it on my mind. This is gonna derail everything that we're talking about, but you bear with me, because it's still relevant. It's still relevant. It's still relevant. Because I was like, I'm gonna go to reInvent this year. You all tell me what y'all think this cost. Who ticket cost is this? Y'all tell me. Who ticket cost is this? Pull it up. Who ticket cost is that? Y'all do y'all have any idea who ticket cost this is?
That must be an exotic location, vacation. With
This
the little hut that's on the water with the, the swim up fish that give you the pedicure and stuff.
no
Because
this
if that's the ticket,
this
I need to reroute myself to something.
this is ticket cost. Who tickets do you think this is? Just it ain't Bill Gates. And it's in Vegas. And it's in Vegas at the time of reInvent too. Y'all, you no guess?
I don't even, no, I don't even want to know.
This is Usher's front row seat tickets.
And I was just about to say y'all should go see the Usher concert, but his like nosebleeds is 600.
This is Usher's front row seat tickets.
What else you get with that? And that's one? No,
That-
that's two.
That's
That's
two
two
tickets.
tickets.
Look, I'm finna be raunchy right now. I'm telling you. I said for 8,200, Usher gonna have to give it up. I'm just saying he gonna have to give it up.
Let me tell you this. Let me tell you this, and this might look. I have been in Atlanta in the strip club throwing
Enough.
money right next to Usher. I do not want to spend $8,000 to see him on stage when I was standing right with him, making it right. Like that doesn't make any sense. Now, would I go and go to the concert? Absolutely. But to go and just look at him sit around and sing to me, I need to be further back.
Because I was like, oh, let me go ahead and get my Usher tickets last night. And I'm like, me and Deacon slide out and go see Usher and then do little Usher, little Usher. And then I started, the tickets came up. And this what the total came to. I'm like, Usher, $714 for fees. So y'all gonna just slap on $1,500 more.
Then is he at what hotel is the venue at?
I don't know. I don't remember. Once the total came up, I was just like, Usher.
Look, you want me to do it for you?
Usher.
Usher. But and this is his second go round. This is the second go round. He was like, this money is too good. Like,
this easy money right here. Y'all want to see me do it on
right?
stage?
I don't have to travel nowhere. I could just be here and just get on stage. Hey, I'm all for it.
I was like Usher. Usher, baby.
Baby, catch me on the end in the middle somewhere, with, like in between sections, so I can have some room. But
This one front. This was so go 1, 2, and 3. This was over here. This one center stage front.
that's why I got glasses. I'm nearsighted. I can't see far. So right here will work for me.
Listen. 1 and 2 is sold out. It was only 2 tickets left in the third section over here. And the row behind this section here too, behind it was sold out too. That was sold out.
And this was directly at the venue.
Yeah, this directly at the venue. Oh no. I went through Ticketmaster.
I'd rather go to the hotel and be like, I'm coming in there to go play a table, and they set you up and be like, so what's the show? Oh, set me up with one of those. Like, come on, boo boo.
Basically, you spending 10 grand because you still got to have a place to stay,
and you got to get there,
So that's a 10 grand trip,
and you need an outfit and your hair done, and
a ride to get there.
I'm exhausted just thinking about it. I will catch the show on the YouTube.
Yep. 10 grand. All right.
They was playing his show on the radio the other day. I was like, oh, this is live. This is nice. I wonder how he wanted to do this, like to jazz it up. Because basically, we all getting older. I'm like, how do you jazz up your little, stage show? I was like, oh, this is nice.
All right. So back to it. So the Caesars Forum is
because the dog needs to be seen. He's so petty. The dog needs to be seen. Yes, the dog. The dog is gonna come in there rocking like a disco ball. She gonna be sparkly, wet. The dog.
Yeah. So the Caesars Forum activities, breakout content, content hubs and meals. Encore is where you're gonna have the breakout and bookable meeting spaces. And then the Mandalay Bay, they got breakout content hubs and meals. MGM Grand, breakout content, badge pickup, content hub and meals. Get some ladies, don't go to the conference. Right. Okay, look, let me break this down because I know y'all gonna hate me for this, but it's okay. My people, I'm strictly speaking to us. When y'all go to conferences, and it's in particular black conferences, y'all always want to dress up. Look, you gonna be walking. Your heels ain't gonna cut it. Get you some nice SAS sketches,
Some Air Max.
Air Max with a heel in it or with some cushion in it.
You don't need nothing with a wedge. You need on some tennis shoes, or
Get you
you need on some Cole Haans. If you jazzy like that, you need something comfy
com-
because your 5 point toes, unless you on a scooter, is your your means of transportation. Those conferences
ain't no joke. I'm just
ain't no
speaking
joke.
up, right? I'm not telling you not to dress up. I'm just saying don't throw on no heels.
Yeah, I need
Don't
me
go get your red
a
bottom
backpack on wheels.
unless you listen. Unless you go get your red bottoms and you've been practicing on your treadmill, running on your tread. You know them guys that be practicing running with the luggage behind them on their
And
treadmill. Or
some red bottom tennis shoes, and even those are bark on your little pinky toe. Like,
they can enjoy the fashion at the show, engineering cannabis. I'm just saying that walking around on the block on the strip to go to the next conference or in between the hotels, and you got on your red bottoms and you got to walk 2 miles. It just ain't comfortable. It just don't even make sense. Get some comfortable flats. Get some heels, brothers. Get you some heels. I know y'all put on them.
you said,
You're not
brothers,
some
get you
heels,
some heels.
you know what I mean. Some comfortable shoes.
No,
Yes, you do. But anyway,
get you some heels.
no, you know what I mean. But brothers, I know y'all get the dress up shoes, and they be pinching your sides of your feet or your the other one.
The back part.
My favorite one is your toenails done grow too long, and so they be jamming in the top. Cut your toenails down. Get you some shoes that are comfortable. Put some
No, for
little
me, and bring 2 pairs of pants. Don't wear them same pants the whole conference and depend on the t-shirt. I know how y'all be packing. I'm gonna need y'all to bring some fresh pair of pants and some underwear. Can't wear them same. It's a pandemic. It's a lot of germs out there. You can't wear them same pairs of pants every day. Don't do that.
yeah, and bring hand sanitizer and alcohol. Not drinking alcohol, but alcohol in a little spray bottle where you just spray real quick, like kill them
And if
germs.
y'all see me at the conference and y'all go on for a hug, and I be like, y'all already know, don't play with me.
Right,
I'm trying to be rude, but I'm gonna hit you with the high. That's what y'all getting from me.
right. Just conference preparation, right? Your
I'm not even giving elbows no more. It's just
hand sanitizer, you know.
no, you can't flip your drawers. No, they need to be fresh because we smell you.
Get you something, right? Get you a little bottle of old school curve.
I don't care if you hit them up with that burning Irish Spring. You need to wash that. Rinse them out. If you got to wear them the next
Rinse
day,
'em,
rinse them out, hang them up.
rinse
Like my girl say, rinse
'em,
them out, rinse them out, hang them up. Hit them with the air dryer, the hair dryer. Make sure they dry when you rinse them out.
yeah, New Balances, Brooks, something comfortable because it does get uncomfortable walking back and forth from the conference. And let me tell you the other thing: eating, pack snacks. Pack you some snacks so that way you can Don't be starving and dying in between and then got to go stand in a long line because you're going to stand in a long line. You're going to stand in a long line.
Mm-hmm. And you're going to need a sweatshirt because those rooms is quite chilly.
Yep.
Once you walk a half a mile and they're hot trying to get there from one side of the conference to the other, you're going to need a hoodie.
Yep. The wind looks like it's got breakout content in meals, so they're not having stuff at that one. The Venetian, they're having breakout content, badge pickup, expo, keynotes, content hub, and meals. So you can choose to stay at the Venetian. And the Aria is the AWS replay shuttles serving the Las Vegas Festival ground. So that's where you're gonna walk to go somewhere, more than likely, where they're having probably a concert and so forth. AWS Las Vegas Festival grounds. Yep. Again, Las Vegas Festival grounds. A direct walking path for Mandalay Bay. Shuttle serving Las Vegas Festival grounds for Mandalay Bay. The Flamingo has uh, Las Vegas Festival ground from Caesar Forum and a monorail to and from Vegas Festival ground. So you can take that, or you catch the shuttle, and the list goes on. I ain't gonna go through all of these, but that is reInvent, right? That is reInvent. When we're talking about 100,000 people and 1,800 for the conference, right? The last one I wanted to get to, Hashi. I think you all watched the Apple event this week, but what's I think coming up in January is the CES conference from the 5th to the 8th. This is where y'all your YouTubers are gonna be at, right? All the what's coming out. They got the Indy Autonomous Challenge to return to Indy. I mean to return in 2023 with boosted engine package on all cars. So they're doing the Indy race. So I showed this before about the AI race, um, about the AI race that they have. But again, this is the CES conference. This is more for those that are, not heavy into tech, but want to look at like innovation, what's coming out, what's going on. So you may want to take a look at it, right? You may want to take a look at it, right? I don't know if you've seen the autonomous challenges and stuff. So let's go here. Let's go videos. This is this is only 2 minutes right here. Right here.
I'll read the comments.
Ladies and gentlemen, start your software and crank your engines.
On October 23rd, we held a first-of-its-kind competition. 9 university teams competing with autonomous race cars at the famed Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We set world records with cars reaching 160 miles an hour, driven all by robotic algorithms developed by these university teams. It pushed the technology behind autonomous driving to the absolute edge. As proud as we were of that day, there was still this nagging feeling of something more that we needed to show the world. From the beginning, we've always had the goal of head-to-head racing. Head-to-head racing is incredibly important. If we're ever going to have autonomous vehicles operating on the highway, there's not going to be one at a time. They're going to have to encounter one another. And that's why on January 7th, we're holding a first-of-its-kind event. A head-to-head passing competition between self-driving race cars at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. The Autonomous Challenge at CES. The Autonomous Challenge at CES is 2 teams on the track at the same time, passing each other at increasingly higher and higher speeds. This is going to be the first time that people can ever witness autonomous vehicles doing head-to-head racing. This is hard. Multiple vehicles that are operating totally independent of one another, having to navigate and make decisions without knowing what the other vehicle is going to do. This passing competition pushes our teams and their coding to the next level. It's showcasing that the technology is ready to do real-world decision-making the way a driver would on a highway. These teams realize that this is an opportunity to push the technology further for saving lives, for improving the world, and to be part of something that will shape the future of autonomous mobility.
So that'll be at the CES this year. There is a NASCAR event for this right here. You asked about the HBCUs. The first question is, do they even know and want to compete in something of that nature? That's the first thing. So I want you to drop in the comments after you've seen the cars being autonomous around the track. What are some of the skill sets that you think one would need to possess in that, when you're looking at that? Because the first thing that I'm thinking is, I give you one: security, right? Security of the code that they have. Do you have one?
I'm over here like, what is it? Like Donald, like what's the thrill of everything is automated? I'm too worried about being way in the back looking at the window off the track because I don't want to be on the racetrack when it go off the rails. I want to be far away. But what's your question again?
Exactly, derailed.
I be reading the comments. I tell you all the time, I'm always reading the comments.
They pay attention. The question was, from seeing that, what skill sets do you see that one would need? Because it's a slew of them.
It's a tool. You need programming skills. You need that. You need engineering skills as far as like the car, understanding the car. You can be a mechanic. You need to understand how the car works. Possibly some math.
I'm gonna even add. I'm gonna even go one step further and say networking. Right?
Definitely need some networking.
You need some Linux. You need to understand some CPUs, some GPUs, more than likely. Right? Sensors,
Yes,
IoT,
sensors.
IoT. What else you gonna need? There's something else that y'all are missing.
Everybody type that one.
It's something else you're
Yeah,
missing.
security.
Communication. How to,
Algorithms.
how to communicate with each other. How to communicate with the car. All right. So now that you know this, everybody always asking me, where do you fit in tech? Everywhere.
Everywhere. It's in everything. So just to think about your favorite hobby, right? Think about your favorite hobby and then think about the tech that goes or the tech you use for your favorite hobby and then go research that. Like you said, you'll quit today to do that. Why couldn't you? Like, is that your hobby? Have you done anything to say, I rather work for a car company? We've pulled it up before. BMW, Porsche, Mercedes. We've looked at those car companies right on this show before. So, if it's something that you want to do, take some time out and do the work. You could be working your dream job tomorrow that you didn't even know. I came across something at Zapier and I was like, this sounds like what I like to do already. That's something that's just innate. And I was like, I got to sit down and dig into this. But hey, Make that your plan. What is your dream job? Does your dream job even exist? There's a lot of companies that say, if this your what you are looking for is not on here, what would you like to do? I see that all the time. They're
Shout out,
looking for solutions.
shout out
Some
to the
jobs have not even been made.
shout out to the anonymous donated $10. We appreciate you, Miss Phoenix. We appreciate you for the $20 donation. We appreciate you for donating. I know I said 30 minutes. I know I did. I just got to get to this because I just really want to put this out there. Um, and I am going to put this out there, and then I have to do a deeper dive on this because I think a lot of the times you all look at yourselves as employees versus as employers, and versus as people that can do the hiring as well. So I wanted to pull that up, but also want to pull up and this is an older one, but it gives still gives some good context right here. Oh yeah, it took me away. So let me go back and let me do that in another tab. All right. So you keep asking about what do you go after CCNA. You can go anywhere. You can go networking, network security, you can do Linux, you can do cloud security, you can do cloud networking, you can do service mesh, you can get involved with Kubernetes and networking that way. So it's another thing. So let's talk about this. And I'm gonna tell you why I brought this up. So cyber attacks, and this is was published in 2019. Cyber attacks now cost companies, and this was in 2019, 200,000 on average, putting many out of businesses. There have been many reports where somebody attacked somebody's data center and they wiped out the company's data center, including the backups, and so that means that that company went basically bankrupt overnight. I don't know if you ever seen that, right? Company data center wiped out from breach, and this happened probably like maybe 2 years ago, maybe three. Um, oh, what is the name of that one? Hacker puts hosting company. It was 2014, so it's been a minute. This is one of them though. Hacker puts hosting servers code spaces out of business. Right. Cloud-based code hosting service, um, Cloud Spaces, announced today it was going out of business after a hacker deleted most of the machine's customer data and backups. Code Spaces, a code hosting and software collaboration platform, has been put out of business by an attacker who deleted the company's data and the backup. Officials wrote a lengthy explanation and apology on the company's website, promising to spend its current resources helping customers recover what data may be left. Codespaces will not be able to operate beyond this point. The cost of resolving this issue to date and the expected cost of refunding customers who have been left without servers they paid for will cost Codespaces an irreversible position, both financially and in terms of ongoing credibility. Read the note. At such point in time, we have no alternative but to cease trading and concentrate on supporting our affected customers and exporting and any remaining data they have left with us. The beginning of the end was a DDoS attack initiated yesterday that was accompanied by an intrusion into CodeSpace's AWS EC2 control panel. Extortion demands were left for CodeSpace's officials along with a Hotmail address they were supposed to use to contact their attackers. Upon realization that somebody had access to our control panel, we started to investigate how access had been gained and what access the person had to the data in our systems, Cold Spaces said. It became clear that so far no machine access had been achieved due to the intruder not having private keys. Cold Spaces said it changed its EC2 passwords, but quickly discovered the attacker had created backup logins, and once recovery attempts were noticed, the attacker began deleting artifacts from the panel. We finally managed to get our access back panel back, but not before he had removed EBS snapshots, S3 buckets, all AMIs, some EBS instances, and several machine instances, CodeSpaces said. In summary, most of our data backup, machine configuration, and offsite backups were partially or completely destroyed. Amazon Web Services said customers are responsible for credential management. Amazon, however, has built support for two-factor authentication and can be used with the AWS accounts and so forth, right? Within 12 hours, CodeSpaces went from a viable business to devastation. The company reported that all of its SVM repositories, backup and snapshots were deleted. All EBS volumes containing database files were also deleted. A few old SVN nodes and one Git node was left untouched, the company said. And I can go on, but you get the drift, right? Um, Gone. Your company, you make your company, and now it's gone, right? And there are countless of other hacks like this. You can go to Hacker News and check out Hacker News for that for information like that. And here, Hacker News, the most trusted site right here. Um, Cyber attacks, six top API security risks favored targets for attackers if left unmanaged. Using TLS certs and so forth. US seizes cryptocurrency worth 30 million stolen by North Korea hackers. Hackers exploit 0 day in WordPress and Backup Buddy, 5 million attempts. New vulnerabilities reported in Baxter's Internet Infusion. North Korea Lazarus hackers targeting energy providers around the world. Chinese hackers target governments from officials in Europe, South America, and Middle East. And then the list just goes on. This is pages and pages and pages of attacks that happen daily all the time, right? So again, when we're talking about cyber, we're talking about cyber from a very, very broad perspective. Do you and something? No. All right. So when I showed this constant companies 200,000, where I'm getting that information from is this: the cost of a data breach. The cost of a data breach. So what's that do? Nothing. Okay. The cost of a data breach. This is a view from the cloud in 2021. This is from IBM. Blow that up. Cloud-based breaches. And I can't see the other side there. And it's big enough on your screen. X-Force Intelligence Index from according to this year's X-Force Threat Intelligence Index from IBM Security, and this is from 2021. The number of breach records and severity of these breaches grew dramatically, despite an overall decline in the number of breach incidents across public and private sectors. Right. And they go on to talk about the breaches. And here's the one thing: according to CODBR, which is the Cost of Data Breach Report, companies with higher levels of cloud migration had an average cost of a breach of 5.2 million compared to 3.46 million for those with low levels of cloud migration. And then they go on to talk about on-prem, and this is in the millions, public cloud, private cloud, and hybrid cloud, in terms of the impact of cloud-based breaches. Another one that came up: days to identify and contain cloud-based data breach, right? So sometimes y'all are out there and y'all don't even know y'all hacked. Y'all just chilling, and then one day you wake up and it's like everything is all gone. She's gone. Oh, I gotta learn how to face it. It's gone. There are Hall of John Oates. It's gone. All right. So mature stage, middle stage, early stage. Another thing they talked about the average time to identify and contain a data breach by level of security automation, right? You all need to focus in on what's out there. What do you have in there, right? What do you have in your environment? What was last deployed? Who deployed what? What kind of access do people have? Are you doing regular security audits? Are you doing regular security audits of who has access to what? Who networking? Who has access to change stat? Who has access to change where traffic flows to and from, right? Another one, average number of cloud-based tools by cloud model. Oh, this is a good one. Let me back out. So if you're in a hybrid situation, 32 tools that you're probably gonna have to know. If you're in a public situation, 28. If you're in a private situation, 26. So again, like I said, you're gonna know tools after tools after tools. It's gonna be switch out. You're gonna be constant learning. You're gonna be constantly doing and learning things, new things, old things. But again, learn how you learn. Don't be afraid to go into an environment and spin up something and isolate yourself in a sandbox and just play with it. Right? Don't give it a public IP if you're gonna play with something. Just make it a private IP till you figure out what it is and how to use it. Right? Another one, migration incident impact with confidential computing. Now, I mentioned this probably last year about the confidential computing consortium, but that's being able to do your algorithms and your machine learning and so forth in an at the CPU GPU level where you can now protect those models, right? And so again, this is again at the confidential computing consortium. Deacon post more information about them as well too. All right. Next one, managing risks, and this is specific. This is an IBM uh, report, so no, most definitely they're going to talk about their stuff. But we're going to skip over that because we want to get into some things. They got some good things in here, but let's skip over that because I want to talk about this. Right, having visibility and end-to-end security. What do you think that means? Having visibility of what's in your infrastructure, doing using Terraform, well, automation is information is code, then being able to secure things with Vault or being able to secure with confidential computing, being able to have end-to-end security with your testing, with your containers, with container management, node management, patches, updates. All those things matter. You may have an open source project. Well, how do you know somebody's not injecting malicious code into your open source project? And then you're taking that open source project and you're installing it on somebody else's computer, and now you've opened up vulnerabilities in their environment. So what does that look like? How do you control that? All right. um and this is all they have for them right here, right? So I just want to pull that up and all right, here we go. So small businesses, you know who buys small businesses? Most of your private equity funds, right? Most of your private equity funds, right? So, but private equity funds, when they make these purchases, and this is kind of twofold from the first show and this show, when private equity funds are purchasing homes and automating that process and automating those homes and putting in security cameras and so forth and so on, from the property management standpoint, there's a level of trust there, there's a level of ownership there, there's also a level of security there. So new risk and responsibilities and remediation strategies that private equity companies or funds should be looking at. All right. Private equity firms face a new normal in managing cyber risks. The tactics taken by cyber criminals are ever evolving than ever. The big brands to government agencies, no company is safe. The responsibility for cyber protection is a C-suite and board matter. Taking strategic approach to portfolio protection, mounting a defense requires multiple layers and company-wide vigilance. Now, I'm saying that to say, if you are like a cybersecurity engineer and you want to become a consultant and you want to help a private equity fund out, you could. Suppose you are a cyber person and want to work for a private equity fund. One of those was CrowdStreet a private equity fund, Dion,
I
or were
think
they a real
so. It
estate?
was a real estate private equity fund,
Right. So again, you when you think about places like
but
uh
they are also advisors as well. Like they have an
oh,
advisor on.
I think about Open Door, I think about Zillow, I think about Fundrise, I think about all the, I trust me, there's a need for compliance, there's a need for cyber, there's a need for understanding what their role is and how that plays out. So those places are hiring tech people, right? They're hiring tech people. You got to ask yourself, what's your role going to be? All right, private equity firms face a new normal in managing cyber risks. So let's look at this. Mm, mm, mm. All right, so it says 68% of the leaders believe cyber risk to their companies are increasing. 92% of the US businesses have seen increased cyber attacks in the past 12 months. That's from Carbon Black. 49% of the businesses expect to experience a data breach or a cybersecurity incident due to a remote workforce. In 2019, odds of experiencing a data breach within 2 years was 29.6%, increased to 31% compared to 2024. And the FBI has reported a 300% increase in cybercrime since C19. With that being said, is you are a walking as an employee or a person, period, you are a walking vulnerability.
Walking threat.
Yep, you're a walking threat. Why? Because you all are constantly doing this. I'm in Bali. You see me? I'm in Bali. Tag. I'm in Bali at at this location. I just got my nails done. Ooh, am I here with my girls? Ooh, do.
Not only that, when your job they send you a SIM card to put in your phone. No, you need to send me my own phone job. Send me.
You are walking. You are a walking vulnerability.
Yes.
Y'all walk outside with the type with where you work at. Y'all wear the shirts where you work
With
at.
that bag you
Names
forget to take off.
tag. You're walking vulnerability.
Those emails that come through that you're supposed to hit the little fish.
Nah,
They
Dion,
testing you to hit fish and they
Dion,
send it say congratulations.
Dion, this is a good one. You are modern vulnerability. You are a modern vulnerability, right? All right. So the long-term cost of this is globally the average cost of a data breach is 3.86 million. Within the United States, the average cost increases to 8.64 billion. I mean million. 22% of the costs associated with the data breach occurred the second year after the incident. After the incident, with another 11% of costs occurring over 2 years after the breach. In other words, there's lingering effects lingering around. This thing just lingering, just effects lingering. The cost of the average ransomware attack on a business from Malwarebytes, they're based out of Tampa. It's 133,000. 87% of the customers would take their business elsewhere if they don't trust the company is responsibly handling their data. In 2020, the average cost of loss following a data breach is 1.52 million, and that's from IBM. Right. So what I'm saying to you is that mom and pop shop, they don't have the bandwidth to come and have a cybersecurity person come in and charge them $100,000. They don't have that, right? But they also don't have the ability to be down and have all their data stolen as well too, right? So you have to keep that in mind. Cyber threats specific to the financial industry. 52% of the cyber attacks in March 2020 were finance related. The average cost of 2020 data breach for the financial industry was 5.8 million, 5.85 million. And financial services were hit by cyber attacks 300 times more than other sectors. So the person that was asking about you working in the banking industry, if you understand how compliance works, you can go in and help some of these private equity funds or even smaller business understand the compliance on the finance side, what levels and stuff they need. I don't know what you did in banking. I'm assuming if you're a banker, you it's at a basic level, you got to know compliance, just at a basic fundamental level you must know something about compliance and PII and so forth, just as the basics. The financial benefits of planning for prevention. Companies with an incident response team, and it's this extensive testing of responses plans save and on an average of 2 million. Working with a managed security services provider results in the cost of mitigation of 78,000. Right, and they talk about learn more about it. But here are the tactics that by cyber criminals are evolving faster than ever. The leak stuff from the what was it it wasn't DARPA, it was the I forget the who leaked their code repository, and people are now using that to attack people. I forget who it was. I know Professor Blackouts knows the actual agency that released. They got their stuff hacked, and then they released their code, the things that they use to hack. I forget the name of it though. 94% of the cyber attacks began with social engineering schemes. Instead of attacking software, social engineering manipulates individual into freely handing over confidential or personal information, such as usernames, passwords, and company data. The sharing of this information opens the door for exploits to occur, putting employees and customers at a as well as the company itself at risk. The social engineering crimes are most often executed with phishing attacks, stealing logins, and domain squatting. Right? Ransomware attacks also are on the rise at 365% between Q2 2018 and Q2 2019. And once you're hacked, there's no personal guarantee that the data stolen will be recovered. So here's the different types of attacks: phishing, spear phishing, whaling, vising, domain squatting, malware, ransom, and then network scans. So I go back over them again. Phishing. Cyber criminals who execute phishing scams use email and deceptive websites. So always check when you see that link or when you see that email come in, check to see and verify if it came from PayPal.com. Not PayPal, we gonna break the bank usher.com, right? Make sure it come from the right place, right? Um, the other one is spearfishing. Spearfishing, or phishing, either or. People say phishing, some people say phishing. It's fraudulent practice of sending emails that look like they were from a trusted person or business, instructing the individual to do something. Like, don't do it. Don't pick up the phone if they say they hacked your computer from Microsoft and you got an Apple product and you call them talking about, now, well, how I get access back to my computer, ma'am? It's gonna be 60,000, and then you gonna tell them you gonna give them the information. Don't do it. Don't do it. Whaling attacks are highly targeted, highly customized, and can be very convincing. Following the same principles as spear phishing, these attacks use information gathered from social media platforms, business networking, background checks, publicly available records, databases, and other sources, right? While spear phishing or phishing targets specific individual, whaling takes it to the next level, focusing on high-ranking individuals in the company, your CTOs, CFOs, CEOs, right? Vising is a form of voice solicitation in which the interpreters make phone calls and leave voicemails falsely representing themselves as a trusted company. This is the IRS. We're here to let you know X, Y, and Z. So a good example of that one was one I sent D last night. Let me pull it up. I may have to pull it up here. I sent it to D Les. I thought it was super hilarious, but let me see if I can find it real quick so you all can actually laugh at it because it was actually funny. It is right here. All right, it's coming up.
Yes,
It,
hi. I got a call from this number saying that I'm accused of committing fraud and I have 14 days to resolve my case before I'm arrested.
Yes. What is your full name?
Who are you with? What's your name?
This is the IRS, ma'am. I need your full name or case number
Okay.
in order to be able to help you.
Okay, sure. Just give me a second.
Voice verification complete.
Ma'am, this is Channel 10 News, and we're conducting an investigation in cooperation with federal authorities to locate and arrest scam callers. Our system has identified your voice and provided us with your full name and address. Authorities will arrive at your location shortly. We strongly advise you to remain where you are. Yes, hi.
I thought it was
I got
funny.
a call from this number.
But
saying that I'm
again,
accused
they
of
do it all the
committing
time. They
fraud
call
and I
you
have
like we're calling from the IRS and blah blah blah. You need to pay us and all of that, right? They do that
that
all.
extended warranty.
Yeah,
Oh, what
right.
a car, 200 years. What extended warranty?
Oh yeah, I get them all the time. Domain squatting. Domain squatting occurs when the cyber criminal creates a domain name that is very similar to the existing business, then it serves its individual digital conversations to hijack systems. In the age of C-19, employees must remain vigilant and when seeking resources related to the pandemic and government initiatives. Malware is a malicious software that was created with the intent to cause harm, such as damaging the system or stealing data. Viruses and spyware are most common examples. A lot of you all think that because you powered off your phone that your microphone don't still work. It does. All right, ransomware. A specific type of malware that, when enabled, locks the victim's computer device and data, demanding a ransom fee to regain access. Right, and network scans. When used ethically, a network scan helps uncover vulnerabilities that put a system at risk. With the goal of improving the network security by finding and patching them, unethical scans can lead to cyber incidents are also used to find exploiting network vulnerabilities, right? The path from cyber. All right, so we're going to look at this. So it says the likelihood of cyber criminals affecting the average middle market of private equity, right? They go down here and they say basically, if you look at it, you have an attack, and then you have an incident, and then you have an exploit, and then you have a breach, right? We're gonna start. You got an attack, you have an incident, then you have an exploit, and then you have a breach. And over here on the right, they talk about the occurrence that actually happens. And I should say network scans occur up to 10,000 scans per day, while phishing scams happen up to 50 times a day per employee. In a 500 employee firm, this has the potential of having 25,000 phishing or phishing attacks a day. The average firm suffers a minimum of 2 to 3 incidents each month. The average firm experiences one exploit a year unless they do use MFA on enabled on both remote access and email, or even some people sign or encrypt their emails too, right? It is predicted that an average of 1 in 4 middle market firms will fall victim to cyber breach this year. All right. Drop a one in the chat if you like today's content. Drop a one in the chat. All right. So next up is from big brands to government agencies, no one is safe. And then basically in here in this section right here, it said with a slew of highly publicized attacks and breaches, there's no doubting that the reality of cyber crime in 2020, big brands often make for the best headlines. And they're actually going in here to show you like who got attacked. The WHO got attacked in a simple attempt to steal a password of the WHO agency's criminals built a fake site designed to betray the organization's internal email system. The Italian social security system, the three British private equity firms, Microsoft in May of 2020, DocuSign, Magellan Health, Avon UK, Twitter, right? Twitter, right? So when you're looking at these, we're looking at these from a perspective of what it is of who got attacked and how they got attacked. The responsibility for the cyber protection is a C-suite and board matter, but I want to even say it's your responsibility. You as a person, is your responsibility, right? The need for CFOs to invest in cyber. Private equity is a target for cybercrime. Cyber is an issue for the board members and the senior leadership because you can attack them as well too. Cyber attacks are not a matter of if, not when, for every company. Companies need to prepare for a cyber pandemic, right? A strategic approach to cybersecurity. Did you know that you have to have cyber security insurance? You got to need to have cybersecurity insurance, right? In reviewing an insurance policy, it's standard practice to identify gaps in which coverage before purchase. When it comes to cyber liability insurance, the technical nature makes gaps tricky. So now you have to go ask yourself, if you're a private equity firm or even a small business, where do you get cyber insurance from? What does that look like? Who's going to maintain that? How do you do audits? Again, and I'm telling you this from a different perspective. I'm telling you this not for you to become a private equity firm. I'm telling you this so you can go out and become a consultant to help people maintain their cyber posture. That's what I'm showing you, right? I'm showing you how to create your businesses. I'm showing you how to get to your 10 million, your 20 million, your 50 million. That's what I'm showing you, right? Cyber liability insurance, it says here, and on cyber policies are often a feel good insurance. A business feels good having it until a claim is made and they discover what it is or isn't covered, right? And they go here, and then okay, yeah, this is a good one right here. Portfolio protection requires a multi-layer approach, right? Let me blow this out here, right? All right, so defense in depth approach to cybersecurity, right? Identify a plan, um, uh, information security governance, security policies and procedures, security planning and risk assessment, business continuity and disaster recovery plans, incident response, then protect and prevent, security awareness, right? Security training, data security, patch and configuration management, endpoint protection. How do you protect the endpoint of your phones? How do you protect the endpoint of your laptops? How do you protect your tablets? How do you protect those cameras? Everybody goes out and get ringed and nest, but what is your security posture at your home? How do you know someone didn't access your camera? How do you know someone's not accessing your router? How do you know someone's not accessing your car? Did you see the other day where the guy in I think it was the Nissan I think it might have been the Nissan Altima. It was the Nissan Altima. He was in the parking lot and it was a car that looked just like his, and he was able to get in that other car and start it up. And then he went over to his car and he started it up too. I don't know if y'all saw that. It's a video out there of that, right? So can he go around to other cars that might have been, I don't know, were they created at the same time, or they're the same color, or they're on the same frequency or whatever? He got in the car and he started up and he could drive off with it, right? Detect, alert, vulnerability detection and remediation, security information and event monitoring, intrusion detection, prevention, IDS and IPS, network monitoring, and then forensics at the top level, forensic investigation, monitoring and incident response, and then recovery remediation. These layers right here, all these layers right here are everything you're going to experience with Linux, DevSecOps, security, security awareness, networking, developers, as a company as a whole, as you look at it as the big umbrella, are clean code, secure containers, secure applications, security of your API, security of your it was a Nissan Maxima, okay. Security of your encryption of your back end, your databases, your EBS stores, your volume stores, the actual file encryption itself, the tar file being encrypted. You're gonna have to look at end-to-end security. E2E is usually what it's called, right? And I'm gonna scroll past this identifier plan and stuff, right? And this is building a human firewall. No business cannot succeed without a solid foundation to stand on when challenges occur. Okay, occur. And how you do it? All right. No business can succeed without a solid foundation to stand on when challenges occur or arise. The same is true in the defense. In the same is true of the defense in depth approach to cybersecurity, particularly when it comes to bottom two layers: identify, plan, and then protect and prevent. And they're talking about right here. I protect and prevent and identify and plan. Security awareness. You actually all honestly, you all should be probably doing security awareness in your home, locking down your YouTube channels, locking down your TVs, stop broadcasting your SSIDs, switching out passwords, setting up different VLANs for your kids to be on and watching the traffic going in and out of that. Again, endpoint protection. What you're downloading apps that is stealing data from you. Patch configuration. A lot of y'all don't like to update your tablets or your phones. You keep saying next week, next week, next week, next week, and you've been doing that for 2 years. Go on and update. Go on and update. Let it change. Go on and update. Go on and update. It's okay. Let it update, D.
What you talking about?
You're notorious. You're like, oh, I hate these updates. It's gonna change the interface of my phone. My phone going through an update. They done changed something.
But I let it update. I know the purpose of the update.
Data security.
Exactly. That's why I let it update.
Protect your data. Turn off your Bluetooth when you're at conferences. Turn off your Bluetooth. Turn off your Bluetooth on your laptop when you're at conferences. You'll thank me later. In fact, don't even they even tell you when you go to the Black Hat conference, get a burner phone and don't take nothing that you think you're gonna need to lose out on. Don't even take your phone. Just be there, just like, yeah, let me flip my phone and make a phone call. Right? All right, so here, building the human firewall. For example, every employee may have access to the VPN, but how certain are the portfolio company CIOs that those VPNs are regularly being used, right? So understanding how you're connecting your VPN, who has access to that, how long they're staying on, what are they doing while they're there, right? And so here's planning for protection. Increase understanding with complementary private equity cybersecurity workshops, right? Train employees on cybersecurity awareness, accesses security risk and risk and vulnerability. And then that is the end of it. And then they got all their resources here. That's why I pulled from some of the data from. You can go check out some of these reports and so forth. I thought this was a very comprehensive view posture of, as a company or as a person who wants to understand cybersecurity, as a person who wants to understand what's your next steps are. I thought this was a very comprehensive overview of what where you fit in into this model. In particular, down right here, I thought this was a good view of what you all could be doing, automating, monitoring and incident response, auto remediation, auto detection of vulnerabilities, and securing that network monitoring, intrusion detection. These are all things that you're going to be doing throughout your career. I don't care if you're a programmer. I don't care if you're a cyber person. I don't care if you're a CTO. I don't care if you're a CIO. This is part of the business. And if you decide to go into business for yourself, this is what you should be looking at for yourself as a business. That's it. That's all I had this week. I'm done. D was like, we're at the 3 hour mark. I know we're over 3 hours, but I had to get in it.
I just said FYI.
Well, I hope it was good information. I hope everybody got a chance to see what your possibilities are. You got a chance to see what people are doing at conferences. I lied. I do have one more thing. I do have one more thing. Let me go and I'm gonna pull it up. Huh?
I lied.
Uh,
We know.
one more thing.
You got to go find it.
No, I have it right here. I think I may have to go to my email. I don't know if I want to use this one. This one's from a year ago, but it's fine.
Second cousin of former U.S. President George W.
We'll use this one. All right, so let me pause it real quick, and then I'll bring it back over, and then I will share, and then we're gonna let me share my screen. And stop sharing. All right, here we go. This is April of 2021. What are the top 10 private equity firms in the world? As you look at this, I want you to look at it from a technical perspective. Look at the assets that they have. How do they protect them? And how do they protect themselves? Just everything we went over on that list. I want you to have that mindset. So that being said, let's get busy.
Hi, and welcome to Blogro. Today, we're taking a look at the 10 largest private equity firms in the world. Private equity is a type of investment away from public markets, in which funds and investors directly invest in companies or engage in buyouts of such companies. The private equity can take on various forms, from complex leveraged buyouts to venture capital. These investments are usually done by high net worth individuals or affluent investors. Now, due to being in such a risky industry, these firms are often seen creating headlines for either acquiring huge acquisitions or going bankrupt. But among these, there are a few firms which have proved to be the real titans of finance. And that's exactly what we have brought to you today in this video. On the basis of fundraising over the last 5 years and total assets under management, we have come up with a list of top 10 biggest private equity firms in the world. This list is compiled as per the report by Private Equity International, or PEI. Watch the video to know the number 1 largest private equity firm in the world. Number 10, Vista Equity Partners. With over $57 billion in total assets under management, Vista Equity Partners stands firm at the 10th position in our top 10 list. It was founded by Robert Smith and Brian Sheth back in the year 2000. It invests primarily in technology startups and sometimes also makes passive equity investments in early venture companies. The company also has strategic investments across companies in healthcare, event ticketing, advertising, and risk management, among other industries. The company is headquartered in Austin and has raised $32.09 billion from investors in the last 5 years. In September of 2019, Vista closed a $16 billion technology fund, the largest fund ever raised by an independent PE firm. In fact, last year, it invested $1.5 billion in India's Jio platforms. Number 9, Advent International. At number 9 on the top 10 list is the Boston-based Advent International. It was founded by Peter Brook in the year 1984. The company engages in buyouts, growth investing, and strategic restructuring. Advent has completed about 350 transactions across North America, Europe, Asia, and Latin America since the year of its inception. According to PEI 300, it has raised $33.49 billion in the last 5 years and has $56.80 billion in assets under management. Number 8, EQT Partners. Making it to the 8th position is one of the only 2 non-US private equity firms on this list, EQT Partners. The Swedish PE firm was founded in 1994 by the powerful Wallenberg family, AEA Investors, and SEB. The company has invested in more than 200 companies across North America, China, and Nordic countries. EQT Partners has raised $34.42 billion in the last 5 years. The firm has more than 700 employees in 15 countries across Europe, North America, and the Asia-Pacific region. 16 Flying Tiger Copenhagen is its best-known portfolio company among U.S. consumers. Number 7, CVC Capital Partners. CVC Capital Partners was founded in 1981 and is the most prominent non-U.S. private equity firm in the world. It is headquartered in Luxembourg and has 500 employees in 24 global offices. CVC started as the European subsidiary of Citicorp Venture Capital, or CVC. It spun out of Citicorp in 1993 to become an independent PE firm. It manages $69 billion in assets and has raised $35.97 billion in funds over the past 5 years. It primarily focuses on private equity and credit. The firm has 61 current portfolio companies. Major investments have included Formula One Group, Petco, Avast, BJ's Wholesale Club, Breitling, Republic Finance, Pilot Flying J, Samsonite, Skrill, and others. Number 6, Neuberger Berman. Neuberger Berman was founded in 1939, right before World War II. The CEO of the company is George Herbert Walker IV, a second cousin of former U.S. President George W. Bush. Lehman Brothers acquired Neuberger Berman in 2003, but the PE firm survived its parent company's collapse in 2008. The firm has been noted for its successful comeback from the bankruptcy of Lehman and the financial crisis. It is headquartered in New York and has raised $36.43 billion in the last 5 years, according to the PEI 300 report. It raises capital mainly from sovereign wealth funds, pension funds, charity organizations, and high net worth individuals. Citing more than 30 years of experience in alternative investments, Neuberger Berman employs more than 160 professionals in the field in 7 locations worldwide. Number 5, Warburg Pincus. Founded in 1966, Warburg Pincus is headquartered in New York. It focuses on growth investing and has invested in approximately 900 companies around the world. With 1,000 employees, the company manages a $47 billion private equity portfolio. It has raised $37.57 billion capital from investors between January 2015 and April 2020. Warburg Pincus invests across technology, media, healthcare, financial services, retail, and industrial manufacturing sectors. Some noteworthy investments include 1&1 Hosting, Avaya, Payscale, Mariner Finance, and a wide range of foreign firms. The investment firm's strategies include using its knowledge of local markets to play a role in the impact and development of a business. The investment firm analyzes the company, competition, debt structure, history, and broad macro trends. This is true whether the investment is an initial public offering, growth capital, a leveraged buyout, or a complex recapitalization. Number 4, TPG Capital. Fort Worth, Texas-based TPG Capital was founded in 1992. The firm holds its second HQ in San Francisco and was formerly known as Texas Pacific Group. It has completed over 175 transactions and has raised $38.68 billion in the last 5 years. The firm focuses on growth investing and leveraged buyouts. It manages a portfolio of over $70 billion in assets through private equity, real estate, credit, and hedge fund divisions. The company's major holdings include computer security company McAfee. Major investments include Neiman Marcus, Harrah's Entertainment, First Data, and Univision Communications. With its dual headquarters in the hearts of oil country and Silicon Valley, it is no surprise to see energy and technology as two of the top focus industries for TPG. Other industries include retail, healthcare, real estate, and industrials. Last year, around June, TPG Capital invested $600 million in India's Jio platforms. An article in the New York Post's business section stated that the investment has considerable gains on debt purchased in J.Crew. Number 3, Kohlberg Kravis Roberts, KKR. Kohlberg Kravis Roberts is the world's third biggest private equity firm. It is headquartered in New York City. Known as KKR, this firm raised $54.7 billion in the last 5 years and manages $195 billion in total assets. Former Bear Stearns employees Jerome Kohlberg Jr., Henry Kravis, and George R. Roberts formed KKR in 1976. Interestingly, it was a major force in the infamous leveraged buyout of RJR Nabisco, which was chronicled in the best-selling book Barbarians at the Gate. Like other large private equity firms, KKR is involved in several areas of business, including real estate, hedge funds, credit, and other financial services. KKR has 1,300 employees and has offices in 16 countries. Portfolio companies include some big names like First Data, GoDaddy, Lyft, Pemex Midstream, UFC, and others. The public can buy into Kohlberg Kravis Roberts on the New York Stock Exchange under symbol KKR. Number 2, the Carlyle Group. Securing the number 2 position in our list of top 10 largest private equity firms in the world is the Carlyle Group. It has $201 billion in assets under management and has $61.73 billion in raised funds over the last 5 years. The Carlyle Group was founded in 1987 and is currently, needless to say, a major force in the financial industry. It trades on the NASDAQ under ticker symbol CG and is headquartered in Washington, D.C. They offer investments in private equity, real estate, global credit, and investment solutions. Carlyle focuses on 10 core industries that it considers its areas of expertise. It employs 1,600 workers in its offices around the world. Carlyle's more than 200 portfolio companies stretch across industries such as aerospace, healthcare, technology, and energy. Those companies employ a combined 650,000 workers on every continent but Antarctica. While they are not all household names, major investments include Centennial Resource Production, Discover Org Holding, Ortho Clinical Diagnostics, The Nature's Bounty, Veritas Holdings, and Westco Aircraft Holdings. Number 1, the Blackstone Group. This company has ballooned to become the top largest private equity firm in the world with over $457 billion in assets under management. It was founded by 2 brothers in the year 1985. The company is headquartered in New York and holds offices in major financial centers around the world. This company offers a wide range of investment products and offers services including private equity, real estate, hedge funds, and credit. It is equipped with a staff of 2,400 employees and has raised $95.83 billion over the last 5 years. Its 95 portfolio companies earn more than $79 billion in annual revenue and employ 470,000. Portfolio companies include Vivint, Scout 24, Service King Collision Repair Centers, and Versace. As a public company, you can buy shares on the New York Stock Exchange under ticker BX. Hope you enjoyed our list of the top 10 largest private equity firms in the world. Tell us in the comments whether you found this video useful, and do not forget to give this video a big thumbs up. Thank you for watching this video. If you are new here, please push the notification bell to get the latest updates. And don't forget.
Yeah, BlackRock's not mentioned because I don't think BlackRock is a private equity fund. I don't think BlackRock is a private equity fund. But
I
they,
can hear you.
you can't hear me?
You sounded really, really low.
Oh,
Did everybody hear what Tam just said?
yeah, I don't think Blackstone is a private equity fund. Yep. Kim Kardashian did open up her own. Bridger talked about that the other day. I actually looked into it and what she was doing with it again. Um, Serena Williams has her own fund as well too. I think it's now listed on the stock exchange as well. You can buy into that as well too. Everybody is going to buy and going to create a fund at some point in time. If at some point, the question is, how do you handle the back office of that? How do you maintain the compliance of that? How do you ensure that the companies that you're buying are upholding what they need? The board members, again, you saw on that diagram, it starts with the board, right? So you got to remember all of that stuff. So I'm just putting this out here, dropping little seeds for you to think outside the box, because a lot of y'all are like, I'm going to go work at AWS. You could go work at Blacks. You could go work at Carlisle. You can go work over there. They need people too. And you can go look those jobs up as well too. Just wanted to get that out there. I'm done. I'm official. It's official. I ain't got no more. I'm done. I don't have no more. Don't look so stoic.
I'm smiling.
There's no smile, no smiles, no teeth, no
Don't you
nothing.
see? You can tell I'm smiling. Look at my face. Look, this is stoic.
It's exactly how you looked.
That smile. Stoic. Smile.
You didn't look
It's all up in here. It's all up in here.
You didn't look like that.
It's all up in here.
Yes. So again, I want to put that out there. Hope y'all had a good day today. Hope you got a ton of information today. Knew it was gonna be a loaded day. I knew that going into it, and I didn't even talk about half of the other stuff I wanted to talk about. Save for next week. We got to talk about the new build of these cities and what new cities are going to look like, and all that. Yep, all this money. That's right. I know she funny, ain't she, D? Free. She funny. D is funny. But again, remember, you are a business. Your skills lead to other assets, and those assets lead to building wealth, and building wealth leads to and could lead to generational and as well as legacy. As you see, I guarantee you don't know who KKR sons are or granddaughters are, but you'll go look them up and you'll find out that they got money or they got access, right? Access creates opportunities. It's just what it is. Access creates opportunities. So when you all are talking about you're giving up on yourselves, you're giving up on the game, you're giving up on the potential, the opportunities, right? So that's what it is. I haven't had anything to eat but oatmeal, and I'm hungry. I'm like, oh, I need to cook, but that probably won't happen. I'm gonna order. Dee's probably gonna ask me to order her something to eat.
LQ.
I don't know. Lennox quarters. I don't know.
Huh?
I don't know.
What's
LQ.
LQ?
I don't know. I don't know what it is.
Dion is fine. That's Tamika with all her shenanigans.
Anyway,
You know, I'm the scapegoat.
anytime somebody put in the back check, what you put back here? What is this?
That she knows that annoys me. Like the private chat is for the privacy
You
of
put
the
in here.
chat. However, it's not like I don't do it often. I
You do it.
do it because it's just a reminder.
Don't
This is
remind
where
me.
we're at.
Don't remind me.
You see how I get treated?
Don't remind
I
me.
can't do my job.
Don't
Like
remind me.
I'm just supposed to let the train go off the track all the time.
Yes, yes.
I'm just letting the train know where they at.
Don't know.
That's it.
I order her something all the time, Sam. She don't never order me no food.
Cause she always going to order her something to eat.
She'll never order me no food.
I mean, if she the one ordering, I'm about to order this. I'm about to order that. I'm sitting up here. I'm about to order. What you thinking? What's for dinner? I don't get no chance to say nothing. I don't care if you go to sleep with your fake sleeping self. It do not matter. You didn't refute none of that. I had a smoothie before I came on. I'm good.
Anyway, so again, private equity funds, security. Oh, the liquor store. That's what it's there for.
I got that. My nose is running. I'm gonna have me a little hot shot of rum and see if there's some stuff come out. You know, hey, I don't need
All right,
the
y'all.
Bachelorette Villa got that. But you want bubbles? Got that. You want some hard? Got that. Real hard liquor, spirits. Got that. You know, hey. What can I say, brown eyes? What can I say?
What they
I
say?
need to go to the liquor store.
What they say? Sometimes you got to look through a rose-colored glasses. You got to look through the rose-colored lens. Sometimes.
Yes, Sam. I'm gonna have me a hot shot.
Sometimes you just gotta look through the
The weather's
rose-colored
changing.
lens.
It's getting rain in the daytime. Then it's 75 in the house. My nose is doing a dance right now. So
Sometimes you just gotta look through the rose-colored lenses on folks. Sometimes. So sometimes that's what you gotta do.
she is a modern vulnerability. She is. She is.
That's
You
deep.
know, MacGyver got this. What?
D is the modern vulnerability.
Lies. You know what? I got some vegan butter. I cannot lie. I haven't even had. I've been doing good. D has lost almost 20 pounds. D has been doing great. I haven't had a bread nothing. Doing good.
Did you want to do a show on your weight loss?
No, that's nobody's business. I'm just happen to share it because
Just
I don't
ask
need
you
no
a
bread.
question.
No.
Just ask you.
It's 80-20 is what you eat. Like once I change what I ate, it started falling off. Like that extra dessert, that dessert, we be like, ooh, dessert. And
I think I eat some pizza.
I don't want some pizza, but I'll do the Amy's lasagna when I want pizza.
I should black it out, boy, all the way. Sim.
Huh?
Sim was saying black it out. Put the other
Black
glass.
what out? Block what out?
Black. I should black out. Put on my blackouts. My glasses.
Don't give her no ideas.
Black it all out. I got some other ones though.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Are you done, D? Are we officially done?
Are you officially done? What are you talking about? Am I officially done? You see how you do me?
I told you I was done. I got no more to give. Got nothing
Sam,
left.
catch me at one of these conferences.
I ain't got no more to give. I've given all I could give today.
Do you?
I need to wash my hair.
How are you feeling today?
I feel fine. I need to wash my hair.
Did you want to drop that? Did anybody want to join the stream before we get out of here?
What, you gonna let people join the stream?
I've dropped the link twice.
You gonna let people join the stream?
I've dropped the link twice. I have dropped the link twice. Brown Eyes, I can help you. It take a little discipline though.
You gonna let
For
somebody?
me, the discipline is easier with food than the exercise. Like I got to do the food first, and then I hit the exercise. But it's 80% food.
So let me ask you this: are you gonna do chapters on this video?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. It's a lot.
3 hours worth of chapters I will do for the video for shows that's supposed to be an hour.
The shows were never going to be an hour. They were never going to be an hour. So I don't know why you keep saying
you
that.
came up with that.
No, I did not.
Don't blame you.
No, I did not come with an hour.
We're going to do these shows. They're going to be an hour because if they're an hour, they're going to be this, and this. Stop it. Don't be. You're not going to blame everything on DJ.
No.
Thank you, Evelyn.
No. Keep the stream going.
Brown Eyes, you hit
drop the link again. I got time.
You always got time. Somebody got a lot of time for somebody that ain't got no time. You don't have time.
I got time.
That's why your plait is sticking out the side.
I know, man. It keep coming out. My little plait keep coming out.
Your little plait said, "Let us free." It's ready to go relax.
No, it's not.
The little plait is ready to relax.
Coming out. I gotta wash my hair. It's got conditioner in it. So I got my head on today. Shredded though.
I know, I got me a little hang time. My little fro and got a little hang time. Now you look like you're going to play baseball.
Batter up.
I think you really like that.
Batter
really
up.
Like that.
Batter up.
Anybody want to come up?
You gotta drop the link, D.
I'm saying, did people want to come up? I'm dropping the link, but yes, no, yeah, nay, no.
You ain't gotta talk. You just drop the link.
You gonna go keep handling it. Thank you. Put those on. Now that's modern vulnerability. You can see all of her screen in them glasses. She's a modern vulnerability. So I've been doing some extra research on the shorts. So the shorts have two things that I've noticed. This one person that I was looking at, he said that the shorts, they were a good thing. However, he did a video that was like a minute and a couple of seconds, and analytics wise, it made way more money than a short. However, Sim, is that we are a small team, a growing team, and to put people on this team that come and stay, whether they are paid or volunteers, has been a struggle for any small business, any nonprofit. So, if you can refer us to somebody that does this for a living, that is dependable and comes through on what they say they're going to come through, we would love to have an editor that will show up and do the job. Other than that, you have to rely on me. I'm trying to fit it in the schedule.
I need to get this together today. Need to do that.
And Sam, the shorts are great commercials. However, you are a great commercial as well. Word of mouth works just as great. Let people know that, this is a great organization and they are growing, and any donation possible to help the org grow, and good people that want to donate their time or got a company that want to do some work based on what we lack, by all means, hit me up and Slack. Holler.
I got it right today.
I know. I've read it, but
Oh, you just, I mean, you can cut it up inside of the thing. You just have to put something to it. You can
do
do it.
one on your cell phone app and send it to me.
No, I do it inside of.
I'm talking to Sam.
Oh, I said I do it in the video. I just cut it up in the
No,
video, and I.
to do a short, you need the app on your cell phone. You can't even
Oh,
put it on your tablet. I tried. You need it on your cell phone.
I thought
I
you
think
could
I
put it
do
on your
all that stuff on
desktop.
my
You can
cell
just do
phone.
clips on your desktop.
For the shorts, you need the app on your cell phone. It won't even
Oh,
be
okay.
on the tab.
I'll make some today when I'm bored.
We have time to be bored.
Mm-hmm. She always sound like HR. She don't never cut HR off, Sam. You the behind the scenes,
I
you
am operations,
behind the
the
scenes
top
you
down
don't know. Behind the scenes, y'all just don't know the struggle.
operations.
Y'all don't know my story.
What's your story? We got time. What's your story, Tim?
There's so much.
What's your story?
I
Tell the people. It's
no,
32 people on the
I need
stream.
a couch so I can lay out. Let me pull from my chair. You can pull it out under the chair.
Please, please. You
Let me,
know, Sam, hey, a lot of people got a lot of great suggestions for me and what I need to be doing.
you need to do better. That's what they're saying.
Hey, I would love to do better.
They say you need to do better.
I would love to do better.
There's like there's like D. We don't we're not seeing 100% of you.
I'm not seeing 100% for thee either.
Prop my feet up.
Please prop your feet up.
I'm ready now. That's right. Save Tam.
You
Start.
want me to pour you a shot?
No, you should start a hashtag with Save Tam. So
From
much.
what? What are we saving Tam from?
Save me from D. We should talk about this on Binary Hustlers.
I'm going to remember that when you be like, it's my time.
Did the abuse?
My time.
The abuse.
I'm going to remember that when you call me and be like, I don't get no time.
You see? You see? You see? Abuse. Oh, she ain't going nowhere without a hazmat suit. Brown eyes.
No time.
Brown eyes.
I'm studying, Tam.
Brown eyes. She's not going nowhere.
Tam, I can't do it right now. What are you talking about?
Over talking me, being rude. Brown eyes. She's not going nowhere without a hazmat suit. In fact, you remember one that your favorite guy, what's his name? Jamie Foxx, when it was time to have sex with Vivica Fox, he wrapped himself up in foil. That's D. You're gonna have to wrap her up in some foil.
Act like I don't go nowhere. I go places.
That's how you're gonna have to do D. You're gonna have to wrap her up in foil. Just like that movie. You
It's okay.
You gotta wrap her up.
It's okay. It's okay.
You gotta wrap her up.
I can take it. It's okay.
You got to wrap her up before she ain't gonna be able to handle it.
It's okay.
Nobody can.
I'll be the villain. I will.
Oh God! Lay in the road. Lay in the road. Yeah, you gonna be the villain. Which part of the Victim Olympics are you trying out for?
The best. What do you mean? Going for gold. What do you mean?
No,
I'm dragging. Did you see me? I'm dragging my leg and everything.
Are you going?
Matter of fact, I'm doing like they do
meter?
at what do you do at the
no
at the protest?
No, in the Victim Olympics, are you going for the 100 meter? Right? Are you hurdling? Are you doing
Is there All American for the Victim Olympics? Is it there All American?
Are you hurdling over troubles? What are you doing?
What is it? I'm the Bruce Jenner of the Victim Olympics. I'm Bruce Jenner.
Are you swimming through the
Bruce Jenner of the Victim Olympics?
It was called Booty Call. That's right. That was the name of the movie. Yeah, she is in the Victim Olympics. Do we need to get you a cheerleader?
Can we have somebody in the audience?
Do you need a flag?
Yes. What color will it be?
I don't know. You tell me.
I want to be on the Wheaties box with the Victim Olympics. How about that?
Okay.
Bruce Jenner, all the way, the best. If I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna be the best.
And then afterwards, you're gonna get a change.
A what?
Afterwards,
no, I like all my parts. I like all my bits.
Because if you gonna Bruce Jenner this out, go.
No, I said of the Victim Olympics. After he was way out the Olympics before he transitioned.
Be all you can be, baby.
I am. I'm fine. I'm fine. In this stage of my life, I love me. You know, I love me very much.
Be all you can be, my G.
You know, I'm good. Thank you, Natasha. I appreciate it.
Natasha.
I appreciate it.
Is Natasha?
I said Bruce. I ain't say nothing about the other part. I said Bruce of the Olympics.
Don't be
Olympic Bruce.
Don't be hating on Brucelyn.
I'm not hating.
Don't be hating on Brucelyn.
Shit.
Brucelyn had something to say.
I'm just saying, shoot, everybody always telling me what these need to be doing. They need some help. Come on through. Come through with your skills.
Look, leave Brucelyn alone.
Oh, God.
Nobody.
So it's about that time. We didn't even get to $500 today. I was looking forward to having our fundraiser hit $500 today, but it looks like we're a little shy. That's okay. It'll be another day.
I'm just glad people show up to the show.
I am too, but it costs around here. Every little bit helps for us to bring up another day, another week. Yeah.
Well, Brucelyn, it's that time.
It's not my name. See if it's screen. Dion. That's it.
Is it D Brucelyn Links? D Brucelyn Links? No, that ain't it.
No.
D Linux Lynn. No. Is that a big? That's a good one. D Linux Lynn.
No.
Oh.
No.
You're gonna have to come up with a name for your tribe. I
don't need a name. You gave me the Victim Olympics.
You are Victim Olympics running crazy.
Excuse me?
Cleats and heels, that's right.
So no one's come up. We've given them ample time to come up. Everybody's gone for the day.
They were getting ready to go to.
Thank you, Sandra. Thank you. Is that putting us where we need to be for today?
We appreciate you, Sandra.
Did that do it? That put us over. Look, a closed mouth don't get fed.
Thank you, Chandra. That $20 will go towards Brucelyn's.
Don't you do it? Don't you do it? Don't you do it? Don't you do it? None of this is going to no Bruce. It's going right to Women in Linux. Thank you, Sandra. Thank you. We appreciate that today. It'll let us live another day, another meetup, another live stream.
Yeah, you're welcome.
We appreciate it.
We appreciate you, Sim. So D, am I ordering you something to eat after this? Or are you going?
You're hungry. You should order me something.
No,
we'll discuss offline whether you're ordering me something.
I ain't on a roll, am I? I'm on.
Yes.
I am on
Yes,
the road.
Natasha, she is on a roll. This is how I know she is back 100%.
I'm sick.
That right there.
I'm,
All it is.
I'm sick. I'm sick. We like that. You got to say
You
it right.
what?
We sick.
Who's sick?
We sick.
Who's sick?
We sick.
We not sick. I just got a little sinus
That's
something
what
going
you.
on.
That's what that come from Malcolm X. You got to pick up on the context clues, D.
You be giving me all, I got too much in my head.
That
I
come
don't
from
want to pick
Malcolm
up
X.
on no
Malcolm
clues.
X
Just
used
say what it
Malcolm X
is.
in the movie would say when the man or the woman was when the man was serving the white man, he was like, "So we sick today? We sick today? We sick? We sick? We sick?" He was like, it would never. If he was sick, he was like he take on the character like we sick too, boss. We sick. I know, Brian Eyes. She gonna try to chop me up afterwards.
And and you all back to the fundraiser. Like the goal for this fundraiser is basically $10,000 by the end of the year. So that's our goal for this fundraiser is to run $10,000 by the end of the year because there's a couple of programs that we want to be able to provide, and this will help go towards that. So it
That's right.
definitely goes back to you all.
That's right, Miss Phoenix. We sick, but the programs are for you all, like creating all the content, all the training. I gotta write all the training, all the stuff that we've been talking about. All right,
Because we definitely want to go back to some situational based training that you guys have been giving the last couple of weeks in the meetup, and definitely want to be able to provide some more of that, and not just on Wednesdays, but Wednesdays have been our days for the past 6 years. So
yeah, and I
um,
would, and part of me, I was like, man, if I put this out there, she gonna throw me off a bridge. I like part of me is like, man, I want to go. I want to do training every day, but I'm like, look at these face.
now I'm listening. I'm listening because you already know how my brain works.
I wanted to do training every day, but the training would be only for an hour, right? But it'd be situational everyday training. Like, but then that's commitment from everybody else. Just that another. Then I was like, oh, well, what does that look like? Maybe people study on their own, but I like no. I think people like it more live and interactive. And then some people like to go back and look at the recording. Then I was like, well, do I do it every day, or do I get other people to come in and do it every day? Then I was like, nah, I mean, I like everybody else coming in. No, no. So I had that conversation with myself. We sick, boss.
Did you answer? Did you answer back?
Mm-mm.
Hmm?
Mm-mm.
That's what the therapist asked me. So I was talking to myself. And she's like, did you answer back?
My mama answers back.
Stop checking my crazy meter, lady.
My mama
I be
answers.
like, sometimes.
No, my mama gonna kill me, but I'm gonna say it anyway. Because this happened one time.
I don't have a separate life.
This was when I was growing up, and I was in the house. I was probably about 12, and I was laying in the bed, and my mama was like going off on somebody. Like she was cussing them out. So I got up out of bed and I opened up the door and I stood there and I was like, who's she talking to like this? Whoever this is it's not getting nothing in because she ain't stopped yet. And then I went around the corner and then I looked. It was my mama brushing her teeth in the bathroom. And she was like, yeah, they think I'm soft. They think they don't know what's going to happen. They don't know me like that. And I stood there. She didn't even know I was standing there. And she looked at me and she's like, what do you want? I was like, I was just trying to figure out who you was talking to. I'm talking about them bees at work. I was like, I don't want no part of whatever it is that you got. I'm going to go back to bed. She was going off. And ever since then, I don't fool people like that. I just keep it to myself. It wasn't no kids, it was just me. I was in a room sleep. I'm an only child. There wasn't no kids. It was a job. Shit. That's what that was. It was a job. And I vowed to myself never. I vowed to myself then that I want to go work in a job that's gonna have me like that. I made a lot of decisions early, early about what I wanted for myself based upon not just my experiences growing up with my mom, but just looking at other people around me. Like I said, I knew I didn't want to work for the state. And I was like, when I tried to get on at the state, everybody that I knew was miserable. And I was like, I don't want to do that. And everybody I knew who had a federal job, they seemed like they was just going through the motions. And I was like, that don't seem like something I want to do either. And everybody that worked at General Motors and Ford was like, get out of here. They was like, don't you, if we catch you in here, we not talking to you. They was like, go get your degree and get out of here. Men and women and the managers. They was like, don't come back in here. This job ain't no good. You know, do nothing but break you down. They was like, get out of here. So I had no choice but to go get my computer engineer. I had to set it off. From the movie Set It Off, did you get it?
I was gonna shoot through the bird, but I had to remember what was that. I looked down. I said,
Get it? That was from the movie Set It Off. You got it?
I did. But my mama worked around kids. That's probably why I don't have any. And I'm the oldest of everybody. So my cousins got cousins, like little cousins, like no. So
and once I made that decision, I mean, I failed calculus, and took it again. I failed Cal 1. No, it's Cal 2. I failed Cal 2, took it again, and then I ended up with a B. And then I took Cal 3 and linear algebra. I made a C in Cal 3. Linear algebra, it just made sense to me. I don't know why. I just matrices and transposing and all of that just makes sense to me. Cal 3, they're like, oh, you need to look at the XYZ plane. Don't you see it? No, I don't. I don't see the Z plane. I don't see the Z plane. What's the Z? No, I don't see that. And when I finished my uh not computer science, but my all of my physics courses and stuff, I I'll never forget. I walked in my first day of physics. I was like, she was like, sure. And I sat down and I was like, what in the hell is she talking about? And I was like, I'm gonna have to study. I read and read and read and read, failed that class, took it again. And then I got tutors, and the tutors that I got, which is so crazy. The tutors that I got for my physics classes and this was at a community college. The tutor that I got was this little young girl and her brother who were homeschooled, and they were like 16 or 17, and they was like, yeah, we were homeschooled. We've already graduated from high school and stuff like that, and we learned this in homeschool. Our mom and dad taught us this, and her boyfriend was homeschooled, and they were like 16 to 17 in college, and they had the extracurricular. They had the extra time to do tutoring, and they went on by themselves and went on and became great engineers. They went to Carnegie Mellon and set records. But it was fascinating to me that they were homeschooled and they were like so far advanced than what most of the students in the class were. They were like well advanced. Some of the even the teacher was like, they're just a unique case. And so I had started looking at homeschool programs back then, even though I was an adult, but I was just looking at homeschool programs and the ones that they showed me about what they learned and the things that they were doing and the places that were going, the type of people they were interacting with. They were taking trips to different colleges. They also got a chance to meet different people who had wrote programs and patents and stuff like that. So it was just a very unique experience from listening to them and what they encountered and who they encountered and I got a chance to meet some people that were business owners in at a community college, and they were just coming back to do some off stuff and then go on about their business. So it was mm, I looked at college a little differently, but I was also older too. So if that makes sense, yeah, homeschool kids are way advanced. I've been saying for years that I think we need to homeschool, and a lot of pushback that I get is people like, I don't want my kid to be awkward. I'm like, newsflash, your kid's already awkward. But the but the thing about it is, it's not about, you can overcome that awkwardness, because in this particular case, the young lady that was homeschooled, they had a homeschool network, and so they would connect with other homeschoolers, and they would go on field trips, and they would go on adventures, and they would study science together, and the mothers would trade off and the fathers would trade off and stuff like that. So it was never like you're just, the kid is just in the house all day. The kid had other outside activities that were planned, that were part of a network that they were a part of. And I would love, well, it was this is one of my random thoughts. I would love to build a community where you did have a community of homeschoolers, where not necessarily affordable housing, but people are actually able to communicate with each other. I ain't say go over to the house and spend the night. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the ability, like, okay, well, one of the parents may work or both parents are at home, and you all can meet up at at some local place where there's where like it's a school or something like that, where y'all could teach or whatnot.
Yeah, we
Just
have a community like that.
yeah, just something like that, where it's like, it's just, where I understand going over to people's houses is something it's a risk, but I would love to see uh, a renewable homeschool community where you got renewable energy, you live off the farm, all the families farm together, you got solar panels, so you're self-sufficient, you all, even down to the plane, like y'all got your own private landing strip and plane and everything, where you all can go in and out, right? And where you all can have, hey, we got to fly over to X, Y, and Z, no problem. You got a plane to do that. Yep, university. Yep, university. Yep, the university I went to partners with homeschool communities. Yep, they do partner with homeschool communities, and that was the thing. University of Washington does that. So that's because, again, University of Washington is predominant in the Seattle area. There are other schools, but like if you live out in Bainbridge Island, Paul's Bowl, way out, right? That commute back in is not right. I want a self-sustained homeschool community, right? Where you can learn about drones, tech, computer engineering, computer science, algorithms, how to fix cars, autonomous cars, right? You build that all into that community. So by the time that kid goes out, the mindset of that child, and even the parents, and even the people they're associated with, is totally different. You're already you're already a business yourself. You're already building yourself. But those are my wild thoughts. Um, may sound wild to others, sounds normal to me, but those are my thoughts. That's it. That's all I got. D. There are homestead channels where they homeschool their kids and participate in many. Yep, yep. People got this strange thing like, oh, my kid gonna be weird. Some kids don't want to be bothered. Some kids just don't want to be bothered.
That's why I used to tell my homegirl that whose daughter, her daughter was the only child, and she's like, I don't want her to stay home by herself. I'm gonna get so and so to stay with her. I said, now that's where the problem comes in. I said, she don't want to be bothered with those people. I said, now the people you invite over to the house when there's no parents, that's the problem. Your kid know how to act at home by herself. It's the other people that come over.
I don't want to be bothered.
Like she would rather come stay with and hang out with me than go over to her friend's house who had 3 other girls. I was like, cause she's the only child. I was like, that's too much noise. It's too much noise. She don't want to be bothered with those people.
Be bothered. Why are you here?
Why are you in my space?
Don't you have something to do? And you know, what's funny is when I go home and visit my mom, I'd be in a room by myself because I'm used to being in a room by myself. Been that way all my life. Even with my ex-husband, we would, he go watch sports and I go in the room and play Linux, and he go do Linux and then I'll go watch sports, or and then we may watch sports together. But it was just one of them things. He was an only child as well too. Growing up, it's very easy to go and get lost into your own world, right? What's that? Reading Rainbow. You can go do that. 3, 2, 1 contact, all those things. It's just very easy to get lost. Yeah, weird children are running the world. Believe, and they're making more of them. Elon ain't stopped. Don't Elon got 9? Elon got 9 kids.
And he autistic. His mom was like, he autistic. He's autistic. He's on the spectrum.
Yep. And I was I was the kid. I didn't necessarily follow the crowd, but for whatever reason, I talked to everybody. I do that now because I just knew everybody had a story. I knew everybody. I felt like everybody needed a friends, and they're no different than anybody else, right? Just what I saw. So I just treated everybody like, hey, how you doing, and what you doing, and where you going? Oh, that seems cool. Man, that was it. That's what I've always done. Some people find that weird, right? And some people find that that's intrusive, and some people don't even want to be bothered with that. So it's quite interesting. Life is, and that life has led me to Linux, and where I could dive off in the world and just play and imagine and create and come up with stuff, and oh, I wonder where this would take me and one of this could take me, right? Man, I wish I had 9 children already paid for. You can get those 9 children paid for, Sim. You just gonna have to start your investment now. You can have as many kids as you want. Now, whether you can afford them is different, but you can have as many as you want. I think Professor Black Ops said he was gonna have some more kids before his retirement. I think Professor Black Ops, you dropping 2 more, 3 more. Sim, you got 1, right? Yeah, hey, more power to y'all. Watch them come back and be like to me, I don't know what you talking about. We didn't say nothing like that. It's so good. All right, well, I appreciate everybody. Y'all have fun. Glad y'all had fun today. We're gonna catch up with you. Make sure you invest in yourself. Oh, what was that, D? Kevin, you done? Invest in yourself. Make sure you invest in others as well too. Those that don't want to go, don't force them, don't push them. You can only lead them, you can give them, show them, but they have to make that decision themselves. Remember, you are a business. Damn, we might need that shirt. You are a business. You are a binary hustler, and then go from there. Catch y'all on the rebound. Assets come in many forms. I'm out.
Thank you.